Morning, everyone. Uh, uh, First, let me express my gratitude for qualitative and quantitative study. Thanks for having me. It's a true pleasure to welcome you today as we come together around knowledge and collaboration. My name is Ahmed Ndoye. I'm the head of innovation and digital economy for the MasterCard Foundation, covering the Waimu region. The MasterCard Foundation is a registered Canadian charity and one of the largest foundations in the world. We work with visionary organizations for advancement of education and financial inclusion to enable young people in Africa and indigenous youth in Canada to access dignified and fulfilling work. Our vision is a world where everyone has an opportunity to learn and prosper. Through our Young Africa Work strategy, we are committed to enabling 30 million young people in Africa to access dignified and fulfilling work by 2030, with a particular focus on enabling young women, refugees, and displaced persons, as well as young people with disability. We believe that Africa thrives unless all its young people, regardless of gender, to contribute, grow, and lead. Plays a vital role, yet under-recognized, fulfilling work. It is within this context that the MasterCard Foundation partnered with the Center on African Philanthropy and Social Investment, CAPSI, to undertake a multi-country research initiative to systematically examine and generate evidence on the over the past several years, this effort inclusivity Africa economies, with the hope that we can learn from each other and identify actionable areas for each of us present here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, at this juncture, I would also like to now invite the director of CAPSI to also formally, welcome all of us in this validation workshop. Prof. Moyo, the floor is yours.
Some of you are familiar faces. We actually started this journey, as you heard from Mr. Ndoye. We co-created the program with the MasterCard Foundation. And so it's exciting to actually see the representatives of the MasterCard Foundation here in Senegal, but also from the program that we work with. Ms. Ndoye is sitting up there. So thank you so much for making the time, and apologies for making everyone run. Our school starts on time, and we strive to also end on time. For us, that's modeling, you know, some, but also ways of working, especially for the young that we have. I think the city has already done the usual work. Thank you so much. Is also board. Mr. C. So I want to thank the directors, the administrators, the researchers, and all the representatives from the 17 countries. Some could not make it, partly because of commitments, but also because, as you know, we are having this meeting at a time when the world is actually witnessing so much turmoil. And so as we were planning to come here, the route from Johannesburg via Addis became one of the most congested. And so we have only two routes, mainly from the Southern Africa part to come here, which is either through Addis Ethiopian Airways or through Kenya Airways. And those two routes seemed to be so flooded with requests for flying. And so people from Mozambique, for example, could not get the flights to make it here. They would have planned to come here. The team here worked tirelessly to try and get them visas, because they are the only country, I think, in the region that required visas. But they couldn't make it because the flights were fully booked. And if not fully booked, the prices just went overboard, and we couldn't justify spending so much on tickets. So I just want to make that apology on behalf of Mozambique. The Zimbabwean partner could not make it because they have been requested by the government to arrange a local meeting to discuss this very issue. And so again, from a policy perspective, we said it's fine, they could try and participate online if possible. So once again, welcome to all the partners. I also want to recognize, I think at some point we're going to be joined by a government official from Senegal. We also want to welcome the government participation in this program, because at the end of the day, even though the program is seeking to establish the extent to which the non-profit sector creates dignified and fulfilling jobs for young people, we also want to take into account that the non-profit sector and young people exist in a particular jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction is governed by policymakers, and those policymakers include government and intergovernmental institutions. And so the participation of government in the various countries is very important in making sure that the environment is enabling for young people to participate fully in a dignified and fulfilling manner in the economies. And so we are looking forward to just engage with the government of Senegal and hear from their perspective how they are working with young people and the local partners here. I also want to welcome all the leaders of various civil society organizations who are here, especially those from Senegal who have joined us for the conversation. I know that our colleagues and partner from Trust Africa would actually be joining here and taking part in this conversation. They are also implementing a similar program that focuses on youth panels, and so we wanted to make sure that there's synergy between what we do and what they do. And quite similarly, they are also working jointly with the MasterCard Foundation, and so it's important that we also draw those synergies. There is also the, this program was designed in such a way that it's not just implemented and executed from the foundation and CAPSI side, but we wanted to make sure that we also have partners on the ground, the 17 partners. In addition, we also designed structures that would help us to strategically deal with the issues that are important to this program. And so I want to recognize members of the Gender Committee who are here. I think we've got Professor Chipo Ungwe and Rugeto who are representing the Gender Committee. We also have the advisory committee members as well. I'm not so sure if there's any participation. If so, I would want to recognize them as well. Those two structures are supposed to help us also engage with what is happening in different sectors, in different countries, and in different dimensions of the work that this program is taking on. So for example, if you take the gender dynamics of the program, if you're saying the non-profit sector should create dignified and fulfilling jobs, it's not just jobs. It's not just dignified and fulfilling jobs, but it's jobs that also take into account issues of intersectionality, issues of gender, issues of inclusion, among others. And so you find that even in the participation of these meetings, we try as much as possible to bring young people, but also sectors that represent different dimensions of marginality and different categories of young people as well. So I really want to thank the committee members who are here for the work that they've been doing so far till today, and also their inputs that is going to shape the outcomes of the findings. The CAPSI staff who are here and those that are behind, they've put in a lot of work behind this work, and so I want to recognize all the members who are here, from the deputy director who is the lead researchers, as well as other colleagues from communications, administration, etc. I want to take a few minutes just to reflect on this program so that as we start validating the findings, we can take into account some of the contextual issues and some of the developments that have taken place over the last 3 years. So we are in the 4th year of implementing this project. So the last 3 years have really been useful in helping us understand whether or not we are going to meet the objectives of the program, but that's on a narrow focus. But on a broader focus is whether or not the aspirations of the foundation to create 30 million jobs by 2030, 22 million of which should be to women and young girls, whether we are really in a journey towards meeting those. And so the Africa Work Strategy that the foundation utilizes is what guides our work. So in the last 3 years, I want to start by saying, I think that in a project of this nature, you are bound to encounter opportunities as well as challenges, especially in the collaborations and partnership space. We are partnering with 17 institutions across 17 countries, across different linguistic, cultural backgrounds. And that on its own has helped us to understand the various dimensions, but also the dynamics that affect the young people in each of these jurisdictions. And so if you're talking about young people in Burkina Faso and young people in Nigeria, young people in South Africa, they might all sound like we're talking about the same young people, but actually the dynamics and the context are quite different. And so from this partnership model, we are able to really pull out some of the specificities that will relate to each region and to each country. And so I want us, as we do the validation, to pay attention to the broader strategic issues, but also to the peculiarities that affect young people in each of the jurisdictions where those papers will be based on. But also from a coordination point of view, some of you that have worked with us from the different countries, we've had to go over different challenges, some of them institutional, some systemic, but they've also been good opportunities in terms of the partnerships that have come about. And so this co-creative approach that we started with the foundation and we are doing with the partners, I think is something that we should also encourage for others as well to actually do, because the challenges of this world cannot be solved by one individual or one institution. We need a collaborative approach. And so if there's one lesson from this project for us as the center, is to strengthen our collaborative approach. So that's one reflection that I wanted to share, and I hope you are going to also take that as part of what you would need to do. If you are already doing it, do it more and strengthen. The second is that work of this nature also has some policy implications. And those policy implications at times don't need to be at the macro level. They could even be at a very micro level. So for us, for example, at VETS, where we are located, we are a university that is more than 100 years old now, 104 I think, and our systems move very, very slowly. And I hope in other institutions you might be faster, but our institutions are very, very slow in terms of how the system moves. It's an institution that has been around for 100 years. So you can imagine trying to reform such an institution, the amount of work that you need to put in. So one of the things that we are happy about as a result of this program is that from the very first go, when we did the due diligence between ourselves and the foundation, we found that the university as a whole had different policies that addressed the issue of safeguarding young people, but there was no comprehensive policy, right? And so as part of this program, we had to work with the university to develop a comprehensive safeguarding framework. And for the first time, the university now has a safeguarding framework that came as a result of this partnership. If it wasn't for this partnership, we would still have a university that does not have a comprehensive safeguarding policy. I'm not so sure the extent to which others do have that, but we now have it as a result of this project, right? So I'm saying this because even at your own institutions, there are certain elements that this project can help you to reform certain policies, certain guidelines, certain ways of doing things. But we have also heard from partners, some of you saying that in your own countries, some of your government departments or parliaments have shown interest in the work that you are doing. I think we've got colleagues from Uganda here who have told us how they are engaging with members of parliament on this issue of young people and employment. And the government of Zimbabwe, like I said, has asked the partner there to organize a local convening that will engage the government and stakeholders to deal with this issue of young people and employment. So there are those possible outcomes at a policy level that we think this project is going to contribute towards. Of course, these are at a government level, at an institutional level, but there's also at an international level. We need to begin engaging with some of our regional economic institutions, our international. We do have representation from NEPAD, for example, here, a young person that has been with us from day one, and hopefully she will champion some of these policy changes within NEPAD. We also have other intergovernmental institutions that are represented. And so we are also hoping that at the end of all this work, we are not just going to see policies at institutional level being reformed, but we're also going to see that happening at the governmental level, but also at an intergovernmental level. And so if there are any opportunities to actually do that work collaboratively with us, let's actually do that. The other area that I wanted to also talk about is, some of this co-creation has also taken us back to conversations with our partner, the MasterCard Foundation. For example, around how does this work contribute towards and shaping and strengthening the programming at a foundation level. And so the last couple of weeks we've been going back with the team to actually see the extent to which the research that you are currently undertaking has taken into account specificities around social enterprises. And so you'll find that the original instrument, both qualitative and quantitative, spoke about entrepreneurship and its contribution, the training and the capacity that it's providing, but there was no specificity around social entrepreneurship. And as a result of us and the foundation going back and forth, we are now going to have a session tomorrow that is going to focus exactly on updating the qualitative instrument so that we can deal with the issue of social entrepreneurship. Why social entrepreneurship is because we are existing right now in a world, but also in an environment where there is dwindling of resources for non-profit organizations, for young people, but we are also encouraging young people to be empowered, and one form or pathway is through social entrepreneurship. it's not just about financial returns, it's also about the social impact that it does. And so that has been part of this learning and reflection between us and the foundation to deal with the question of entrepreneurship. The other, which we actually did a couple of, maybe 2 years ago, was the issue of how to handle the question of intellectual property, right? How do you handle the issue of intellectual property when you've got different partners working together? And we have had to deal with that issue between ourselves and the foundation, between ourselves and students that we are supporting, but also between ourselves and the research that is going to come from the partner. So again, there's so much lessons to come out of that. And then of course, from a project management point of view, for us as the university, like I said, we are working in a bureaucracy. How do you perform optimally in a bureaucracy that is 100 years old? And so we have had to also learn about how to navigate the system to a point where we have now managed to move ourselves from some of the barriers that the university presents to finding an alternative way in which we can manage effectively this program. So again, it's important for us as we reflect here 4 years down the line to look back and say what has worked and what has not worked. And some of you have been on the receiving end when it comes to some of the delays, some of the barriers that the system actually causes. And so I want to openly say that we are improving on that, and we have now found an alternative way that we could manage this. So before I came here, I actually stopped in Accra to meet with the finance manager from the MasterCard Foundation to actually deal with some of these issues. And then from the student point of view, as you know, the program is made up of 5 interventions. The majority of you are involved in the research intervention, but there are 4 other interventions. One of them is training of students. We recruited 19 doctoral students who are with us at the moment, and some of those will be graduating at the end of this year, right? And so again, you can see that it hasn't just been challenges, but there's also been some successes. And so if by the end of the year there are about 4 or so students that are likely to graduate, and then the rest will graduate next year, and so forth. So we are already developing a cohort of young people who are trained in the non-profit management space. And so not only is the research going to be of use to academics, to policymakers, but we also have young people who are being trained to go out there and begin thinking about running these non-profits, setting up them with the mindset that says we are not just setting up jobs or opportunities or pathways, but we are setting up dignified and fulfilling jobs, access to those opportunities. We are trying to increase the number from 19 to 25. The team has just finalized the selection of the additional 5. So we are adding 5 more students to the cohort of 19 to make it 25. And then of course we don't just select them so that they are trained. We also offer them some support during the journey of their doctoral studies. We do what we call PhD workshops. We've already done 2 so far. We are going to do the 3rd one sometime in September this year. We also offer mobility support for them to be able to take their presentations and their findings to exchange with others across disciplines, but also across the Atlantic. So some of them would be attending what is called the International Society for Third Sector Research Conference that's happening sometime in July this year in Lisbon. Some of them attended last year in Washington, D.C., and they are taking these findings from the countries and presenting them at an international level, showcasing the work that you are doing, but that they are also doing. So I think it's important to reflect on the journey of students, but there's also the other pillar that focuses on monitoring and evaluation of this work. So are we achieving what we sought to achieve, but are partners also achieving what they sought to achieve? And so you will see that in your program. There's a session tomorrow that is going to be focusing on monitoring and evaluation. And the agency that is going to be conducting the midterm evaluation is also here. I just saw an update that they are stuck in Abidjan because of flights. Air Senegal cancelled their flights, but I'm told they'll be here sometime by 11 or so today. But they are going to have that session with us so that we begin to pull out the data and the information and the lessons that are emerging from this partnership, but also from the broader program. Finally, also, as you know, we also have the communications and dissemination pillar. So this is one of the ways in which we communicate, but also disseminate what's happening at a country level, at a regional level, but also at an institutional level. But as you know, just out of history, we have had several of these consultations. I mean, we started in Kigali, we went to Accra, we went to Mombasa, and some of you were in those meetings. And so this is a continuation of that work, of making sure that we communicate, but we also update each other on what's going on. And we do have our communications officer here. Part of our offering is that we will now be beginning to go to the in-countries, to partners, to pull out some of the material that we might want to communicate widely. It could be just the process on how you begin, how you are engaging with your different stakeholders, but it could be communication on your outcomes of the research and the impact that is likely to have. For example, the South Africa report was reported in some of our daily papers, and our team has been busy trying to explain what exactly those research findings mean for policy, but also for the country as a whole. And I'm sure you could do the same also in your own countries, depending on what your findings are actually saying. So from a communications pillar, you're going to be hearing a lot from us now going forward, either asking you to, to communicate at your own level with your own media houses, but also maybe to do policy briefs, which we would want to communicate and share with the various institutions, in particular government and the private sector as well. And of course, lastly, of course, is the issue of the research, which all of you are here for. We have published already 15 country reports that are based on literature reviews. And again, one can speak at length about the lessons of that in terms of what's coming out in the field, but also just the process of getting into this field, where there were very few people who were qualified to do studies of this nature. And secondly, we also engaged different clusters of researchers, up and coming, experienced, etc. So the reports would actually vary depending on who was writing that report. But the lesson here was that there was no data that was available, and in some countries, most researchers struggled to find literature on this particular subject. And so the work that you are doing in your countries and reports that we are publishing are going to provide the needed literature and build a body of knowledge that we would now use going forward. The last study of this nature was done by the Johns Hopkins several years ago. And I think there were only few countries that were involved: Kenya, South Africa, and possibly Uganda, if I'm not mistaken. The rest of the countries that were here were not included in that study. So we don't know the extent to which the non-profit sector contributes to economies or to the GDP, and how it compares with your various sectors. So if you take the non-profit sector and agriculture, for example, how do they compare, right? So this is the kind of work that we are doing. And if you come up with those outcomes and you share those with your government, the government begins to appreciate the role that is played by the different sectors. And so those country reports are out there, they are available. I think the team is going to show at some point or display the QR code where you can download some of those research findings. The second is that out of those literature reviews, we also realized that there were areas that we could call emerging areas of research. So in other words, what is it that the literature is not touching on that we want to commission studies on? And so one area was women in the non-profit sector. And we decided to commission studies on women, philanthropy, and the creation of jobs for young people in the non-profit sector. So we have 4 papers that were commissioned from 4 countries: Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. And those 4 papers are ready, I think, for validation. The program manager for Adoya, our Women in Africa program, is here, Tandi Makubele. And so I think by the 2nd of April, they will be validating those 4 reports. And those 4 reports are emerging out of this study to focus specifically on the role of women in the non-profit sector and how jobs are created that are dignified and fulfilling. And then I think lastly, I wanted to end on this note that the quantitative phase of the study, which you are here for, has also begun to show us what is happening in each of the countries. And of course, as you know, we adopted a sequential mixed methods approach. We started with the quantitative phase, and then the next is going to be the qualitative phase. But we wanted to validate the quantitative findings first, so that when you go back to your countries, you actually know which are the qualitative areas that you should explain more of what you have found in the quantitative phase. And so I really want to implore everyone. I want to, wish this gathering a success, but hopefully everyone benefits out of this participation. So thank you, everyone, and I think we will be hearing from us during the course of this day. I'm sure the team will find some time to give you logistics in terms of things to do, things not to do, who to see in cases of emergency, etc. But I think Dennis and Wycliffe and Eleno will find some time to actually do that. So thank you so much, everybody. We will all be around here in case you need to talk to us. But it's an absolute pleasure from me, from the school, from our leadership to welcome everyone to this convening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Moyo, for officially opening the session.
The director of youth who was supposed to be here will be with us tomorrow all day long.
Okay.
The message saying that, sorry, he's not here today, but he'll be with us tomorrow.
So, in terms of the program,
maybe we'll give them 5 minutes.
no, yeah, we'll give, because tomorrow we see there's opening remarks, so we can change this to tomorrow.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, just
Okay. So that's Mr. Diallo, right?
yes, it's
All right.
officially.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Moyo, and thank you so much to all the speakers who have opened the remarks for this convening. So I would like to communicate a slight change in the program. There's been a slight adjustment in the program. So as you know, the program is multi-stakeholders, government being part of it. We were supposed to have the National Director of Youth Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the Republic of Senegal. But unfortunately, there are some commitments and we have to postpone this until tomorrow. So if you look at your program, tomorrow we'll be starting with the welcome remarks by Professor Jacob Marty, who is the Deputy Director at CAPSI. But we'll try to see as to slot in a few minutes, maybe 10 to 15, so that we allow the director to also formally, welcome us to Senegal. So as a result, we are going to now go straight into, to the break. We'd like to try and take advantage of those adjustments in time so that we can end earlier, because you can see the days, it's a bit packed. So right now we do have, let's say 9:45. If possible, we'll take 10 minutes for break, and don't go far, just out here. Grab a coffee, some water, then come back immediately. Let's just come back at 9:55. If you don't mind, 9:55, so that we can begin with the next phase of the program. And the next phase of the program is now the validation. And the first part of validation is going to take place, is going to look into the research that took place in West African country. And the next moderator for that is the research lead for West Africa, is Dr. Dennis Osei. So please, colleagues, it's exactly 9:44, so it means you have 11 minutes. Take those 10 minutes, come in, 1 minute transition, and then we can start early and end early at least. Thank you.
When presenting, I'll be presenting in the afternoon.
So please bring it so I can do them at once.
The program was shared. Remember, the program was shared on the email along with the briefing. But inside the briefing, okay. We didn't have a problem. Yeah, speak to Carol. When you tell me, because you're starting around 2 for that session, and there's not enough slots.
Dr. Osego?
So, yeah. Call me back. Yeah. Is he there? Hi, how are you? I'm fine. Sorry, what happened? Your team.
It's the walk. I'm still sweating from my eyes. Is this the first presentation after the break?
Yes. And then Cote d'Ivoire.
I have his number here. No, wait. How is he feeling? He was not well yesterday.
We need to start.
Yeah, I'm looking for this Nigerian guy because
He was not well
he's the
yesterday.
second to present, and I've not seen him today. I don't know if he's well or not. Let me see.
Good morning once again. We'd like to welcome everybody back in so that we can start on time again. Welcome back, please, so that we can start on time. We'll start with the West Africa.
We're starting with Senegal now. I think you are going after Senegal.
Good people back.
I'm getting
We really don't have time. Any Joseph, can they come back with their tea inside? Yeah. Colleagues, I'm informed that you can come back inside here with your tea so that we can save time. Come back here with your tea or coffee so that we can save time. Yeah, we are starting. Tea break is there. Okay, thank you. I would like to welcome Dr. Say, and Dr. Say is going to moderate for the validation of the West Africa research output. Dr. Say, welcome.
All right, welcome back, colleagues. So we want to start the validation workshop. I believe that is the reason why we are here today. So as a way of background, I know colleagues have shared the background of this particular project. So we are using an explanatory sequential mix method, and partners have gone to the field to collect data using surveys and from the perspectives of the MPOs and then the youth. So as part of this validation workshop, we want to validate this finding. So by validation, what we mean is that we want to reflect on the accuracy of the findings. We also want to reflect on the relevance, especially from your country context, and how these findings has been interpreted in terms of, the contextual interpretation of these findings. So we sent the draft report to stakeholders from these regions. So all stakeholders here, I believe you received the report from your regions, from the regional leads, and have spent some time to go through this report. So what we're expecting is that you go through, I know, Joseph, in the program you saw some validation questions. So we want to understand to what extent do these findings resonate with the realities of your country, and as a region, for example, in the West Africa, participants or stakeholders from this region, we are expecting that you come up, and I will call you to ensure that you make some contributions, having gone through the reports and what you see in terms of the similarities that is coming out of this report. And we want to understand, are the results seem surprising or inconsistent with the lived realities in your country? And are we interpreting these patterns that is coming out of this data correctly? Also, the objectives of this project. You want to understand the contributions of the nonprofit sector to the creation of dignified and fulfilling work. We want to narrow it down in terms of sectorial contributions. What are the opportunities? What are the possibilities to make sure that we increase youth employment in these countries? So these are the objectives of the project, and based on that, what are some of the contextual dynamics that the data didn't fully capture, that we also want to use this particular exercise to do that, so that we can consider them as part of the qualitative phase. What are the key policy or programs, messages that are emerging? So we want this to be very interactive, and we want, especially, we give priority to stakeholders from West Africa to come out clearly in terms of what they are seeing, and then we can open it up. And then we also want to understand what will be some of the areas that we also want to consider in terms of the qualitative phase of the research. Okay, so we'll start with the first presentation. Senegal, our host, at least you begin with us. Yeah. So we'll start with Dr. C and the team to give us the outcome of the presentation from Senegal. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, again. Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis. This is a youth-centered project. And this is the reason why in Senegal we worked with the youth, but we thought that it would be good to give the floor to the youth, to let them speak first, and then all of us will be here to give them a kind of support. And this is why in our team we have a youth sharing the results for you. Serge Hadeu, the floor is yours. The presentation will be done in French. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them either in French, in Arabic, in Portuguese, even in Kikuyu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. C.
Yeah, allez, en français.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Si. Distingués invités, chère délégation, bonjour. Alors, nous sommes là pour la présentation donc, des résultats du Sénégal et je suis très heureux et très fier donc, de présenter ces résultats, fruits du travail de l'Institut supérieur de développement local et de toute son équipe, dirigée donc par Dr Mohamed Oussi. Et donc cette présentation va essayer d'être assez brève, en 30 minutes, donc malgré tous les résultats que nous avons eus. Il y aura 5 points, donc l'introduction, la méthodologie, les principaux résultats de l'enquête des jeunes, les principaux résultats de l'enquête des organisations, les principales conclusions et recommandations de la recherche. Alors, nous allons commencer par l'introduction. Donc, le premier point, c'est le contexte et objectif de la recherche. Donc, pourquoi une recherche sur la contribution des organisations à but non lucratif dans la création d'emplois dignes et épanouissants pour les jeunes? Donc, déjà, ça part un peu d'une étude de l'OIT en 2020 qui montre que 76% des emplois des jeunes sont informels. Donc, 3 jeunes sur 4 sont dans des emplois informels, que ce soit tout secteur confondu, hein, le secteur privé, les organisations à but non lucratif, le secteur financier, etc. Mais principalement, en ce qui concerne les organisations à but non lucratif, il y a peu d'informations, peu de chiffres, peu de données pour justement quantifier et comprendre l'apport de ces organisations, même si visiblement on sait qu'elles appuient les jeunes, que ce soit dans leurs initiatives ou même dans l'emploi. Donc c'est dans ce contexte un peu que, financé donc par la fondation Mastercard, CAPSI donc de l'université de Vis a lancé cette recherche dans 17 pays. Et ici au Sénégal, c'est l'ISTL qui a donc eu l'honneur donc de mener cette importante recherche-là pour explorer et quantifier la contribution du secteur à but non lucratif à l'emploi des jeunes. Donc il y a plusieurs questions de recherche, vous les avez certainement reçues dans les notes conceptuelles. Donc voilà le concept global. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne le Sénégal a une population très jeune. Donc avec plus de 18 millions d'habitants, d'après le dernier recensement de 2023, et pratiquement autant d'hommes que de femmes, plus de 75% de la population a moins de 35 ans. Donc, Dr Si le disait tantôt, le dividende démographique, il est là, mais il faut également pouvoir saisir les opportunités, même s'il y a beaucoup de défis. Et le premier défi, c'est le défi de l'emploi. Donc, comme les chiffres le montrent, seulement 8% de la population en âge de travailler a un emploi formel au Sénégal, c'est-à-dire a une assurance plus ou moins, une fiabilité de ses revenus et de son travail, pendant que tout le reste, donc plus de 6 millions, n'ont soit pas d'emploi ou n'ont aucune certitude que l'emploi va continuer dans les mois à venir ou même de quels revenus ils vont disposer. Donc ça crée un véritable problème, un véritable défi et une situation préoccupante, d'autant plus que cette situation peut encore s'aggraver puisque chaque année, il y a 300 000 jeunes qui viennent dans le marché de l'emploi et seulement 10% arrivent à trouver un emploi. Donc, quitte des autres et comment gérer cette situation? Alors, pour un peu voir quel est l'apport donc des organisations à but non lucratif, il faut savoir qu'au Sénégal, il y a une forte tradition d'organisations à but non lucratif qui sont très dynamiques. On a recensé au moins 11 600 associations et près de 500 ONG, autant au Sénégal qu'à l'international, avec de grandes organisations fêtières qui quand même appuient, on peut parler du CONGAD, de la FONG ou encore du CNCR et bien d'autres. Mais il n'y a pas encore vraiment, comme partout en Afrique, il n'y a pas encore vraiment d'études spécifiques sur leur contribution sur l'emploi des jeunes. Mais il y a quand même la NST, donc l'Agence nationale de la statistique et de la démographie, qui fait des recherches et parmi elles, on a vu qu'en termes de charge salariale au Sénégal, les ONG n'ont que 1%, mais on voit également qu'elles contribuent à plus de 100 milliards de francs CFA chaque année au financement de l'accès aux services sociaux. Donc une véritable contribution donc, à l'emploi et à la dynamique économique. Alors, maintenant, on va voir un peu quelques concepts clés rapidement, puisque c'est des éléments qu'on va évoquer tout au long de la présentation. Donc ici, pour nous, les jeunes, on a considéré, donc en accord avec l'ANST, que les jeunes, c'est des personnes âgées de 15 à 35 ans. Alors, les jeunes marginalisés, donc Dr Moyo en parlait tantôt, il ne faut pas seulement parler de l'emploi, mais également de voir les vulnérabilités, de voir les questions de genre. Donc, on a pris en compte ces vulnérabilités physiques, sociales ou économiques pour les jeunes, donc les handicaps, l'handicap, la pauvreté, etc. Mais également le concept de jeunes socialement marginalisés, on y reviendra. On a vu pour le travail également, il y a plusieurs formes. On n'a pas regardé que le travail rémunéré, il y a également le travail non rémunéré. Et aussi quelque chose qui est particulier quand même au contexte sénégalais, c'est souvent les stages rémunérés qui souvent sont assez présents. Maintenant, on va voir également le concept de travail digne et épanouissant qui est important pour la fondation Mastercard. Donc, c'est un peu différent du concept de travail décent de l'OIT. Ici, on va vraiment se focaliser sur est-ce que le travail permet d'avoir un revenu suffisant et stable, est-ce qu'il y a une reconnaissance sociale du travail, respect et bonnes conditions du travail et sentiment d'utilité et d'accomplissement personnel. Alors, en termes de méthodologie, ici déjà, il faut le dire, cette recherche est en 3 phases. Il y a d'abord, on a démarré depuis 2024 avec la phase donc, de la recherche documentaire qui a permis un peu de poser les fondements de la recherche. Ensuite, il y a la conception même de l'étude et toute la partie méthodologique qui a été validée donc, par l'Agence nationale de la statistique et de la démographie. Vous voyez à l'image donc, le visa statistique, donc, qui montre que notre méthodologie a été validée au plus haut niveau du Sénégal et que nous pouvons dérouler selon les normes scientifiques. Et il y a ensuite une phase, donc la phase de collecte de données a été effectuée durant toute l'année 2025 et nous avons commencé l'analyse de données et nous présentons ici les résultats. La phase qualitative a également commencé et va se poursuivre durant l'année 2026. Alors, ici donc les cibles, c'est 2 cibles principales. Il y a les organisations à but non lucratif, qu'elles soient formelles ou non formelles, qui interviennent dans les activités, dans les domaines qui sont propres à employer les jeunes et surtout qui ont été actives durant les 5 dernières années, donc 2020 à 2024. Et la deuxième cible, ce sont les jeunes, donc de 15 à 35 ans, qu'ils aient bénéficié ou non de l'appui des organisations à but non lucratif. Alors, on a donc une combinaison de méthodologies, aussi bien des méthodologies, donc des échantillons probabilistes que des choix raisonnés. Ici, en l'occurrence, en fonction du budget, on n'a pas pu couvrir toutes les 14 régions du Sénégal. On en a choisi 3 pour cette première phase. Donc, il y a eu la région de Dakar. Donc, le choix s'impose puisque c'est la capitale, le hub économique et politique qui regroupe la plupart des organisations à but non lucratif et qui a également un taux de chômage élevé. Il y a donc la région de Kaolack, qui est un peu le centre, le carrefour agricole. Vous voyez aussi qu'en termes de géographie, ça vient un peu au centre. Et il y a également beaucoup d'organisations rurales. Et enfin, nous avons pris la région de Ziguinchor, donc pour voir un peu la relance post-conflit, parce qu'il y avait également dans cette zone des conflits. Et depuis, il y a une relance de l'activité économique, voir un peu comment les organisations accompagnent cette dynamique-là, malgré également qu'il y ait un peu une séparation avec la Gambie du reste du Sénégal pour Ziguinchor. Donc voilà un peu les 3 régions où on s'est focalisé. Alors, rapidement, hein, sur l'échantillon, déjà pour les organisations, on a eu un petit challenge, c'est qu'au Sénégal, il n'y a pas de base officielle des organisations à but non lucratif. Donc, on a dû donc, solliciter le CONGAD, qui nous a appuyé avec les points focaux et d'autres organisations. On a vu également les bases de données existantes et nous-mêmes, l'ISTL, qui travaillons beaucoup avec les organisations à la base, nous avons donc pu, en respectant les critères précités, avoir 401 organisations dans la base. Et après l'utilisation de la formule de Cochran, donc nous avons retenu 132 organisations à enquêter. De même pour les jeunes, on s'est basé donc sur les chiffres de la NST, on s'est basé également sur un proxy du taux de chômage pour pouvoir faire un échantillon représentatif qui respecte donc la formule de Cochran. Et au total, nous devions enquêter 1049 jeunes dans les 3 régions. Donc voilà un peu pour chaque, ici maintenant pour la collecte, il est important de rappeler que nous avons donc eu, pour chaque équipe, il y a eu 7, pour chaque région, il y a eu 7 enquêteurs. Merci. Donc il y a eu 7 enquêteurs, dont 5 femmes, voilà, par région. Il y a eu une supervision au niveau de chaque région avec des acteurs locaux au niveau des organisations à but non lucratif qui ont pu accompagner donc la dynamique. l'enquête s'est faite via Kobo Toolbox, les tablettes, et nous avons eu l'appui de l'ANST pour avoir les cartes qui nous ont permis d'orienter les jeunes exactement là où nous voulions. Donc voilà un peu quelques images des ateliers de formation. Voilà, il y avait Dr Denis qui était avec nous pour la phase test, et également les jeunes en pleine enquête des organisations et des jeunes. Il faut noter aussi que ce sont les jeunes qui ont fait l'enquête, donc toujours dans cette dynamique-là. Alors maintenant, on va aller rapidement à la présentation des résultats, ce qui nous réunit essentiellement ici. Donc, rapidement, pour le profil des répondants, donc, on a enquêté 1420 jeunes, donc au-delà de ce qui était attendu. Après nettoyage, on a gardé 1290 réponses complètes. Donc, pratiquement autant d'hommes que de femmes, 78% en milieu urbain. L'âge moyen est de 26 ans. Et voilà. Et on a pris en compte donc les questions de vulnérabilité. Donc 43% des personnes enquêtées sont socialement marginalisées. On conçoit comme socialement marginalisées donc voilà, ceux qui n'ont pas au moins accès à l'un des services sociaux de base, ou voilà, comme par exemple l'eau, l'électricité ou même Internet, ou même qui n'ont pas eu de formation, sont considérés un peu comme socialement marginalisés. Il y a 10% de personnes en situation de handicap, 11% avec des maladies chroniques. Voilà, la majorité quand même à un niveau assez élevé, même s'il y en a qui n'ont pas fréquenté l'école ou qui ont fait l'école non formelle. Alors en termes d'emploi, 67% des jeunes enquêtés déclaraient avoir un emploi. Mais il faut voir que on peut nuancer cela parce que seulement 27% ont un emploi formel avec contrat. Tout le reste, c'est des emplois soit sans contrat, volontariat ou assez informel. Donc ça rejoint un peu la dynamique présentée plus tôt. 89% ont déclaré avoir des revenus, mais vous pouvez remarquer que plus de 63% ont moins de 120 000 francs CFA par mois, donc moins de $200 par mois. Donc ce qui est assez faible de manière générale en termes de revenus. Maintenant, en termes de la contribution maintenant du secteur à but non lucratif sur l'emploi des jeunes, il y a donc deux catégories. La contribution directe, c'est-à-dire l'organisation elle-même donne l'emploi aux jeunes, embauche le jeune, ou les contributions indirectes, on a principalement quatre éléments. Donc on voit que la contribution indirecte, elle est beaucoup plus présente. 55% des jeunes ont affirmé avoir reçu au moins une contribution indirecte des organisations à but non lucratif, et 34% avaient été employés directement, que ce soit formellement, informellement, pour faire des enquêtes, etc. Et maintenant, de manière plus précise, c'est le renforcement de capacité, donc contribution indirecte, qui est la plus grande contribution qui a été remarquée, parce que 48% des jeunes ont affirmé avoir déjà reçu des renforcements de capacité des organisations. Ensuite vient donc l'emploi direct. Ensuite, nous avons avec 33% les opportunités, les bourses d'études. Ensuite, le soutien à l'entrepreneuriat qui vient en quatrième position avec 25%. Et enfin, les subventions et microcrédits. Alors, il faut noter quand même que 39% des jeunes enquêtés n'ont reçu aucun type de soutien de la part des organisations à but non lucratif. Mais globalement, c'est assez satisfaisant parce que ça veut dire au moins que 60% des jeunes ont au moins reçu un type d'appui des organisations à but non lucratif avec le renforcement de capacité qui vient en tête. Maintenant, essayons de voir beaucoup plus pour la contribution directe. Donc ici, on a essayé de faire un peu une comparaison entre ceux qui ont bénéficié de l'emploi des organisations et ceux qui ne l'ont pas, donc les bénéficiaires, les non-bénéficiaires. On voit ici, en termes d'éléments qui ressortent, c'est que l'emploi formel est beaucoup plus présent au niveau des organisations à but non lucratif, parce qu'on a 40% qui ont des emplois formels, donc avec contrat, alors que pour l'autre catégorie, on est à 16%. Donc sur ce point-là, les OBNL ont un plus grand impact sur l'emploi formel. Et on voit également qu'il y a pratiquement un équilibre entre hommes et femmes. Mais ce qui ressort ici aussi, c'est que les jeunes socialement marginalisés sont plus représentés. Donc 50% des jeunes socialement marginalisés ont déjà été employés au niveau des organisations. Les jeunes en situation de handicap également sont plus présents avec 12% contre 8%. Donc voilà un peu pour la contribution directe. Alors pour les contributions indirectes, il y en a 4. Donc, on va commencer par le soutien à l'emploi des jeunes. Donc, il y a 25% sur les jeunes enquêtés qui avaient dit qu'ils avaient ce type de soutien, mais la majorité, donc 80%, sont satisfaits ou disent que cet appui leur a permis au moins de créer au moins un emploi autour d'eux. On remarque encore que les femmes sont beaucoup plus présentes que les hommes, les jeunes socialement marginalisés également, et même les jeunes ayant un antécédent judiciaires ont réussi à avoir donc ce type d'appui-là, ce qui est très important. Et ici, l'appui, le soutien premier, c'est le soutien en termes d'aide financière. Alors, pour les programmes de renforcement de capacité, qui est le type de soutien le plus partagé avec 48% des jeunes, on voit que c'est essentiellement en termes d'apprentissage, de formation technique, donc apprendre un peu les compétences techniques, donc tout ce qui est, on va dire, transformation de produits alimentaires, agriculture, donc les formations vraiment pratiques qui peuvent permettre aux jeunes de trouver rapidement de l'emploi. Ce sont ces types de renforcement de capacité qui sont privilégiés, et 77% des bénéficiaires disent que cela a amélioré leur employabilité ou au moins qu'ils ont pu trouver un emploi après ce programme-là. Là encore, les éléments clés reviennent. Les femmes, les jeunes socialement marginalisés, les jeunes en situation de handicap reçoivent beaucoup plus d'appui des organisations à but non lucratif. Alors, en termes d'opportunités de formation de bourse, on voit que plus de la moitié des personnes ayant bénéficié de cela disent avoir un impact élevé ou transformateur dans leur vie. Alors les mêmes catégories reviennent en termes d'association à ce type d'opportunités. Et pour les microcrédits, ils ont surtout aidé à acquérir des équipements nécessaires pour la mise en œuvre d'initiatives. Et 81% des bénéficiaires trouvent que ces appuis-là ont été efficaces ou très efficaces. Donc voilà un peu en termes d'appui, quels sont les principaux éléments qui sont revenus. Mais en termes général, les jeunes sont relativement satisfaits donc, de l'appui, que ce soit indirect ou direct, des organisations à but non lucratif. Maintenant, essayons de voir cette notion d'emploi digne et épanouissant, qui est également un des éléments clés de cette étude. Alors, globalement, que ce soit des bénéficiaires des organisations ou des jeunes n'ayant pas bénéficié, on peut remarquer quand même que, globalement, les jeunes se sentent à l'aise dans leur travail, ils y sont respectés, ils sentent qu'il y a une contribution de leur part et ils sentent également qu'ils sont utiles. Mais aussi, fait important, pour toutes les catégories, on a remarqué que c'est beaucoup plus élevé au niveau des organisations à but non lucratif. Donc les jeunes se sentent plus à l'aise dans ce type d'organisation-là en termes d'emploi digne et épanouissant. Quelques exemples, il y a 86% qui ont un sentiment d'utilité et d'épanouissement dans leur travail, alors que c'est 78% pour ceux qui ne sont pas bénéficiaires des OBNL. Maintenant, il y a quand même un élément qui revient, c'est que la plupart trouvent que le salaire n'est pas suffisant, quel que soit le secteur, que ce soit à but non lucratif ou non lucratif. Donc par exemple, pour les organisations à but non lucratif, seulement 38% des jeunes trouvent que leur salaire est suffisant. Et 5 qu'il est insuffisant ou pas du tout insuffisant. Même si c'est encore plus remarqué au niveau de ceux qui ne sont pas bénéficiaires, parce que là-bas, 61% trouvent que le salaire n'est pas suffisant. Donc cette question de salaire non suffisant revient d'autant plus que lorsqu'on leur demande quel serait pour eux le salaire qui serait jugé digne, plus de la moitié parle au moins donc, de 360 000 francs CFA par mois, donc au moins $600 par mois. Et si vous remarquez, cela fait le triple de ce que la majorité reçoit, parce que la majorité reçoit moins de 120 000, moins de $200 par mois, mais ils considèrent qu'il leur faut au moins le triple pour les besoins de base. Donc il y a vraiment un fossé là qu'il faut, un challenge encore à relever. Alors l'autre chose également, c'est par rapport aux avantages sociaux. Au niveau des OBNL, les avantages sociaux ne sont pas encore très présents. Donc tout ce qui est congé, protection sociale, c'est pas encore assez développé. Alors, en ce qui concerne la connaissance des opportunités numériques ou du télétravail, 57% n'ont pas encore cette connaissance, on n'exploite pas encore les opportunités du numérique et 30% des jeunes ont participé à des programmes facilitant la transition de l'emploi. Alors, en termes de secteur, c'est l'agriculture qui revient le plus. C'est au niveau de l'agriculture qu'il y a beaucoup plus d'emplois pour les organisations. Il y a également le développement économique communautaire. La plupart trouvent leur revenu fiable. Voilà. Donc, en termes de genre, également, l'agriculture et la culture, c'est beaucoup plus pour les hommes dans les chiffres, la santé et l'éducation, beaucoup plus pour les femmes. Alors, on va aller maintenant sur les résultats des organisations à but non lucratif. Alors, en termes de profil, nous avons remarqué beaucoup plus d'ONG, d'associations plutôt de base avec 39% et d'ONG avec 37%. Et la plupart donc interviennent quand même depuis assez longtemps, mais nous on a enquêté au moins ceux qui existent depuis 5 ans. Les principaux domaines font écho à ceux où les jeunes trouvent le plus d'emploi, donc c'est l'agriculture, le développement communautaire et économique, donc il y a un lien. Et nous avons remarqué également en termes de budget, les organisations à but non lucratif ont des budgets relativement faibles parce que plus de la moitié a un budget annuel de moins de 30 millions de francs CFA, donc moins de 50 000 $. Et cela vient essentiellement des bailleurs internationaux et fondations. Et cela montre aussi l'imprévisibilité de ces fonds parce que ces fonds-là tendent à diminuer globalement. Et même lorsqu'il y a des chocs comme on l'a eu récemment avec l'USAID, cela peut vraiment affecter les organisations et par ricochet les jeunes. Mais on voit que de manière globale, les jeunes quand même apportent un soutien avec leur budget à l'emploi des jeunes parce que 90% des organisations ont des budgets alloués aux jeunes. Et aussi en termes de genre, 35% des organisations sont dirigées par des femmes. Alors maintenant, allons sur la contribution directe donc, de ces organisations à l'emploi des jeunes. On remarque que de manière globale, par organisation, 58 jeunes en moyenne, sur les 5 dernières années, 58 jeunes ont été employés par les organisations. Donc c'est un chiffre quand même assez intéressant, à nuancer toutefois, parce que parmi ces 58 jeunes, 32 sont embauchés en tant que volontaires. Donc en tant que volontaire, on voit un peu la précarité ou en tout cas le manque de revenus fiables pour ces jeunes-là. Et en termes les femmes sont un peu plus employées que les hommes. Et en termes d'impact du Covid, on peut voir que le Covid a fortement influencé parce que pendant le Covid, il y a une forte baisse du recrutement des jeunes au niveau des organisations. Et après le Covid, ça reprend, mais c'est plus timide qu'avant le Covid. Alors, ici, on remarque que les jeunes marginalisés sont au cœur donc, de la stratégie des organisations à but non lucratif parce qu'il y a 92% des organisations qui recrutent donc, ces jeunes marginalisés. En tête, on a les personnes en situation de handicap et les jeunes économiquement défavorisés. Maintenant, en termes de programmes qui accompagnent donc ces jeunes-là à l'emploi digne et épanouissant, on voit qu'il y a environ 191 jeunes par année qui sont accompagnés par les organisations dans des programmes de transition. Mais il n'y a que 36, donc moins de 20% qui accèdent après à un travail formel. Donc il y a un effort qui est fait, mais en termes d'efficacité, il y a encore beaucoup de choses à faire et la technologie n'est pas encore suffisamment exploitée pour cela. Donc cela, on a toujours les mêmes chiffres, hein, l'agriculture, donc les secteurs éducatifs de santé qui reviennent en tête dans ce type de programme. Alors rapidement, pour les conclusions qu'on peut tirer de tous ces chiffres, on en a choisi 5 principales conclusions. Donc l'emploi des jeunes est majoritairement informel et précaire. Donc même si dans nos chiffres, on a vu que 67% ont un travail, seuls 27%, comme je le disais, ont un travail formel et 62% gagnent moins de 120 000 francs CFA par mois, ce qui n'est pas ce qu'ils considèrent comme un salaire digne ou suffisant. Ensuite, lorsqu'on prend la contribution des OBNL, elles ont plus un appui indirect qu'un appui direct. Donc, appui indirect, le renforcement de capacité, l'appui à l'entrepreneuriat, etc. Et même lorsqu'il s'agit d'emplois directs, on voit qu'il y a beaucoup plus le volontariat, les emplois informels que l'emploi formel. Ensuite, troisième conclusion, les OBNL, même si elles offrent un sentiment d'épanouissement ou d'utilité aux jeunes, en termes de conditions, protection sociale, c'est encore limité. Et cela peut s'expliquer aussi par les faibles ressources des organisations qui ont en général un budget annuel de moins de 30 millions. Alors, les possibilités offertes aux jeunes, on remarque quand même qu'il y a beaucoup de jeunes socialement marginalisés, de jeunes marginalisés qui sont intégrés dans les programmes des organisations. Et ça, c'est très positif. Les jeunes en situation de handicap, les jeunes marginalisés de manière globale. Et les femmes sont beaucoup plus impliquées, même si la différence homme-femme n'est pas si grande que cela. Et enfin, donc, en termes d'appui, on voit que pour la transition vers un emploi formel, ce qui est très important parce que la véritable insécurité de ces jeunes, même s'ils ont un emploi, c'est que ça reste souvent informel, précaire et il n'y a pas vraiment de sécurité sur la suite. Donc même si 191 jeunes sont accompagnés en moyenne par les organisations vers la transition, seulement 36, donc 19%, arrivent finalement à avoir un emploi formel. Donc il y a encore du travail à faire, le numérique, la technologie peut être encore beaucoup plus utilisée, surtout que 57% n'ont pas connaissance des opportunités, donc offertes par le numérique. Donc voilà un peu les conclusions générales et quelques recommandations pour améliorer cette situation-là. La situation, elle est globale, il y a plusieurs parties prenantes, que ce soit l'État, les partenaires au développement, les organisations elles-mêmes, les acteurs techniques. Voilà. Et la première recommandation est beaucoup plus pour l'État, c'est de promouvoir des politiques publiques inclusives centrées sur l'emploi des jeunes. Donc, associer, cela se fait déjà, mais renforcer pour que tous les parties prenantes puissent intégrer cette dynamique-là, prendre des choix forts pour pouvoir impliquer les jeunes. Donc, il y a cet exemple, par exemple, de la stratégie IMO, donc haute intensité de main-d'œuvre, ces types de projets-là qui choisissent de manière délibérée d'impliquer beaucoup plus les jeunes pour donner beaucoup plus d'emplois aux jeunes, par exemple dans des marchés de construction, d'utiliser beaucoup plus la main-d'œuvre que des machines qui vont aller beaucoup plus vite pour pouvoir outiller les jeunes et leur donner beaucoup plus de chances, d'opportunités d'emploi. Deuxièmement, soutenir la formalisation des initiatives économiques portées par les jeunes. Alors, on parle beaucoup de formalisation, ce qui est important pour assurer donc, la fiabilité des revenus, etc. Mais il y a également un problème, c'est que les jeunes peuvent ne pas voir les avantages directs de la formalisation, puisqu'ils peuvent voir directement les taxes, tout ce genre de mesures qui peuvent limiter ou freiner donc, le désir des jeunes à se formaliser. Il faut voir des politiques incitatives qui vont peut-être donner plus d'opportunités aux jeunes ou surtout qui se formalisent pour appuyer un peu ce secteur. Et là, l'État a une grande part à jouer. Outiller les OBNL pour accompagner efficacement les jeunes dans les initiatives. Beaucoup d'OBNL veulent bien faire et ont beaucoup de volonté, mais il leur manque parfois des outils, il leur manque le renforcement de capacités pour pouvoir efficacement, comme on l'a dit tantôt, seulement 20% de ceux qui sont accompagnés arrivent à avoir un emploi formel. Donc, il faut les accompagner et renforcer le dispositif de soutien financier puisque les budgets des organisations sont très faibles. Donc, on peut les accompagner à mobiliser plus de ressources. L'État, les partenaires au développement peuvent trouver également des stratégies pour accompagner ces organisations-là. Maintenant, pour les organisations elles-mêmes, il faut les accompagner ou en tout cas, elles doivent capitaliser et diffuser leurs expériences. Il y a beaucoup de bonnes choses qui sont faites dans toutes les régions qui ont été vues. Le temps n'est pas assez long pour en parler. Mais ces expériences ne sont pas souvent diffusées, ne sont pas souvent partagées pour que tout le monde puisse tirer les bonnes pratiques et reproduire à une échelle beaucoup plus grande. Et enfin, étendre l'étude à l'ensemble des régions. Comme on l'a dit plus tôt, on a fait cette étude sur 3 régions. Il reste 11 régions. Ce serait bien de le faire sur toutes les régions pour avoir des données encore plus générales et systématiser également ce type de recherche. Maintenant, pour terminer, quelques perspectives. Déjà, il y a l'étude qualitative qui va nous permettre d'approfondir les éléments quantitatifs qui ont été vus, surtout en termes de trajectoire des jeunes. Les jeunes qui arrivent à avoir des emplois grâce aux OBNL, soit directement ou indirectement, quel est leur parcours? quelles sont leurs leçons de vie, quels sont les avantages qu'ils tirent. Donc de manière qualitative, vraiment essayer de documenter ça. Et aussi voir comment amener toutes les parties prenantes que nous venons de citer, les organisations à but non lucratif, l'État, le secteur privé, les partenaires au développement, à pouvoir avoir un agenda commun pour vraiment prendre en charge cette question de l'emploi des jeunes qui est déterminante pour tous ces jeunes-là qui sont dans des situations de précarité ou qui n'ont pas d'emploi, afin de mutualiser les forces pour arriver à des résultats partagés. Donc voilà un peu les principaux résultats. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Si, de m'avoir donné l'opportunité de les présenter. Merci à toute l'équipe de l'ISTL. Voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. So thank you, Serge, for the great and wonderful presentation. And I know it wasn't easy trying to summarize these findings into a presentation like this. Yeah, so we are going to move straight into the second presentation, and we'll move things around. Professor, please, whilst we are getting Emmanuel to be ready, you can help us understand the context from Côte d'Ivoire, and then from there you move to Burkina Faso. You are representing us in 2 countries, so we have a lot of job to do now. All right.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to present the result of the study from Côte d'Ivoire. So I spent the night translating my PowerPoint in English. I did not know that I could speak in French. As you know, I come from Côte d'Ivoire. This is a francophone country. So I did not sleep very well. I hope that I will not forget my English. So since my PowerPoint in English, I will try to present it in English. The title of my presentation is The Contribution of NPOs to Dignify and Fulfilling Work for Young People in Côte d'Ivoire. So I will present the study context, the rationale and objective, and then the methodology design and sample distribution. I will present later the result from the youth survey. I will focus on the profile, the employment, the indirect support, job quality, formalization, and digital opportunities and preferences. And then I'll move to the presentation of the result from the NPO survey. There I will also present the profile of the NPOs, the sectors, the youth employment programs, the benefits, for people who benefit from them and transition to the formal sector. I will later present a cross-cutting synthesis on the main findings, and then conclude with recommendation for Côte d'Ivoire. So the national context. Sorry, something disappeared. Okay, let me move this. Okay, thank you. So the national context. Côte d'Ivoire, at least in West Africa, is one of the countries where the government is doing a lot for youth employment. It has the highest budget for youth employment. For example, last year the government invested 360 billion CFA francs for in youth program. However, unemployment for youth still a huge problem in Côte d'Ivoire. As you know, the country is more than 70% young. People are under 35-year-old. And then employment, the labor market remain limited in Côte d'Ivoire. And what we see is that informality, the informal sector is the one that is really the most important. and where and this is what provide to youth some opportunities. Another element of the context, in this study we focus also on rural young people and young women and various marginalized groups, and they have been identified as those that face the most barrier related to job and employment. NPO in Cote d'Ivoire play an important role linking training, support, social inclusion, and economic integration. Usually NPOs, as I will detail later, they are seen as a kind of intermediate and fulfilling work. And this really comes the quality of the job. They want to have a job, but the most important thing, they want to have a job that helps them to fulfill their dreams. So, the objective of the study, this is the same like the one from Senegal. So the study was designed to document the forms of intervention used by NPO in support of young employment, also to identify to analyze young people pathway, perception, and aspiration, and also to compare institutional discourses and lived experiences from the youth. It also intends to guide policy and program and dialogue programs. So the analytical framework, we were supposed to define several concepts, youth, marginalized youth, and work, but I will focus only on the dignified and fulfilling work. I don't know why. Is it? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. So, defining this dignified and fulfilling work, we have several dimensions. This, as you know, this concept is very elastic, and it really varies according to the people and according also to the cultures. But there are some these characteristics that define this concept. We do have the economic security, income, reliability, salary, adequacy is a dimension of dignified and fulfilling work. There is the recognition, dimension of recognition, respect within the organization, the community, and the reputation. And we have also another dimension is the relationship, the professional relationship, the relationship with supervisors, colleagues, and beneficiary. And another dimension is fulfillment. I mean, the meaning of work, learning, skill, and improvement, and the projection, formalization, protection, contribution to civil society. What is important to retain here is that for people, for the young people, dignified work does not always mean having a good salary. For me, we're really surprised that this did not always come very often. They will speak more about relationship. So it is more a question of relational, how you are being recognized within the community. Just to give an let us say a healthcare associate in a village, and she was proposed to move in the city to get a better job because she has been known as someone is very generous. But she refused. She just wants to stay within her community because she's more recognized there. So it is not really a matter of finance. It's a matter of relations and dignity. So the research design, in fact, this is almost the same design that what have been presented by the Senegal team. The population, we focus on young people aged between 15 and 35, and NPOs that are active in the socio-economic sector. We use two standardized questionnaires The data collection was face-to-face. We use Kobo Toolbox. Also, we use, each day we use a continuous supervision. For the analysis, we use descriptive statistic and cross-tabulation. This is what I'm going to present. Maybe what we can take from the methodological design is that NPOs matter because they bridge education, training, mentorship, entrepreneurship, and community-level inclusion for youth often missed by public schemes. The study expands the usual employment lens to include security, social recognition, learning, contribution to society, and personal fulfillment. It is designed to identify effective practices, persistent constraints, and policy options for stronger collaboration between state, civil society, and private actors. I think that this is the strength of this methodology that have been used. About the evidence, we survey 1,055 youth respondents and 196 NPOs. And the data collection took place in 3 sites, in Abidjan, Bouaké, and Yamoussoukro. In fact, these are the 3 main most populated cities in Côte d'Ivoire, where also we have the highest number of young people and NPO. That's why we choose these sites. So the distribution of the sample, as you see in Abidjan, we have, Abidjan is highly urban sample. We have 339 people from the urban area and 46 from the rural area. And then Bouaké is a more balanced structure. We have almost the same number of urban and rural young people. In Yamoussoukro, yeah, it's almost the same thing. Initially, we target 1,155 young people, but as you see, we actually survey 1,550 young people. So let me move quickly to the result to present the result from the youth survey. So the general profile of respondents. The average age was 25-year-old, and most of them were single. 69.5% were single. 24.4% of them have attended a higher education, and 24 of them have a secondary education. So the dominant profile is that of relatively educated young people who remain economically fragile. And so this is very important to know, because if you don't have no education, it is not easy to work with the NPOs. Education and economic situation, as you see here, the gap between educational capital and low income shows that young people's barriers are not due only to schooling, but also to the structure of the labor market. This is really important. It is not only due to schooling. You may have a good education, but may not have a job. The sample is relatively educated. 82% have at least middle, secondary, or higher education. More than half, 56.5%, report on active professional status, but employment is often recent, informal, or low paid. Respondents are mainly single, urban, and concentrated in Bouaké, Abidjan, and Yamoussoukro. So direct and indirect contribution of NPO to employment. The direct effect is limited. The indirect effect is almost unanimously recognized. NPO are not mass employers for the majority of young people surveyed. On the other hand, their contribution through support, training, and accompaniment mechanism is very widely visible. So the heart of their added value is therefore more in employability and integration than in the volume of job created. So this is one of the main funding that is important to highlight. Even though NPO does not, provide few job opportunities, what they do, they really help people to find jobs in training people, in helping them to find jobs. So they have a kind of indirect contribution, which is really well known. As we see, 90% of people recognize that. So the direct jobs are limited. Indirect support is widespread. So this is another graphic that shows what I was saying. Only 21.7% of young respondents report a direct NGO-linked job, while 95.4% recognize at least one indirect contribution. So training is the most accessible support channel with 31%, followed by knowledge of digital opportunities, 41%, and scholarship training, 21%. When support is direct, it spans formal jobs, informal jobs, internships, and volunteering, but urban workplaces dominate. So, entrepreneurial support, this is limited coverage, but usefulness widely recognized by beneficiaries. As you see in the graph here, NPO entrepreneurial support mainly help to remove the material and financial constraints involved in starting an activity. This is, and you will see that 80% or the 81% of young people surveyed will say that they are satisfied, even very satisfied. Yes. Training and scholarship. Training is the main indirect level for improving young people employability. As you see the numbers here, 31% of young people surveyed participated in training, 74.48% participate in training considered to improve employability, and 76, a few of them, 21% receive scholarship. NPO act more as builders of capabilities and employability than as direct creator of salarial jobs. This is the message. So, microcredit and grant. This is less widespread than training. They are nevertheless assessed very positively by their beneficiaries. As you see, only 9% will say that they receive microcredit or grant, and 87% will consider it effective or even very effective. Microcredit first strengthen the productive basis of activities before generating more modestly additional recruitment. So the profile of beneficiaries of indirect support. The scheme mainly benefit between 20 and 35-year-old people, young people, particularly in entrepreneurship and microcredit. Yamoussoukro is considered overrepresented among beneficiaries of entrepreneurship support, scholarship training, and microcredit. For direct NGO job, Abidjan is underrepresented, while Yamoussoukro is overrepresented. In fact, young people aged 25 to 35 account for 78% of direct NGO job beneficiaries and 80% of entrepreneurship beneficiaries, 66% of scholarship beneficiaries, and 84% of microcredit beneficiaries. Access patterns are broadly gender balanced overall, with slight female overrepresentation in entrepreneurship and microcredit support. Yes, for microcredit, most of the NGO will prefer to provide microcredit to young women than young boys. Economic security and dignity work. Beneficiary of NGOs linked job assess income reliability and salary adequately more favorably. In fact, the direct contribution of NGOs seems to improve certain material dimension of the work, even if the level remain far from ideal. The gaps with non-beneficiary are clear. As you can see, NGO appears to be associated with employment experiences that are relatively more economically secure. So they provide employment experience, and this makes the difference. Direct NGO jobs are associated with stronger perception of dignified work. So economic security, recognition, professional relations, fulfillment, and reputations, as we see on this graph. Among direct NGOs job beneficiary, 41.8% describe income reliable and very reliable, versus 24% among non-beneficiaries. Salary adequately improves, but remain much more ambivalent. And as I say in the beginning, people will always complain about their salaries, especially in the NGO sector. So the direct contribution of NGOs is limited to enrich, but stronger in perceived job quality than the average youth employment experiences reported in the survey. Fulfillment, skill, and social usefulness. Beneficiary of NPOs linked jobs more often report learning, feeling useful, and making progress. NGO seems to offer work experiences that are more structuring from the point of view of meaning and learning. Their contribution is therefore not only economic, but also formative and social. So NPO may therefore be seen as actors of professionalization and workplace socialization. Decent salary and social benefit. Young people's salary expectation exceed their observed income, while social benefits are more common among beneficiaries of at around $400 or above per month, with the largest share in the US in 400 and up to $600. And yeah, so job linked to NPOs, maternity leave, bonuses, and health insurance than other jobs reported by youth. And so this contributes a lot, even if the level of salary may remain low. Formalization and digital opportunity. Two levers that are still not widely diffused, but potentially decisive for the quality and future of employment trajectories. As you see on the graph, 15%, almost 16% of youth survey will say that they participated in a formalization program, and 89% will say that they participated in formalization considered effective or very effective. They also 40% will say that they participated in awareness of digital opportunities. So this is a new sector that is a domain that is emerging, and then those who participated think that can be promising. Sectors of experience and preferred sectors. And then we have social services, health, education, and agriculture. They shift both experience and preferences. So the most attractive sector partly overlap with those where NPOs already have a strong presence. So this sectorial hierarchy can serve as a benchmark to guide future integration strategies. We have to know that here, in fact, foreign donors play a key role because they're the ones that are providing, that are supporting programs. And we have seen with the dismantlement of USAID how the health sector have shrunk. Few years ago, the health sector was providing a lot of opportunity, but now this is not the case. So it means that this classification may change. They are really fragile depending on the will of foreign donors. So summary of the youth survey. If I have to summary, I will say that the profile of the respondent referred to relatively educated but economically vulnerable youth. Then the direct contribution of NPO to employment concern a minority. The indirect contribution is widely recognized. Training, scholarship, entrepreneurial support, and microcredits are the most visible levers. Beneficiaries of NPO-related jobs rate economic security, recognition, and fulfillment more favorably. And formalization and digital technology remain promising levers, but are still insufficiently disseminated. So these are the conclusion for the for the youth survey. So the result of the NPO survey. So for the NPO surveys, as you see, the sector is dominated by grassroots association, strongly rooted in community and urban dynamic. As you see, I don't have much time, so I'll move forward. So level of intervention and sectors activities. NPO intervene mainly at community level and in sectors with high social utility. As you see here, the concentration is social services, education, and agricultural sector. This confirms the intermediary role of NPOs between social needs and economic inclusion. Youth employment in NPOs. The vast majority of NPOs report employing young people, but often in varied form and not always in a, in the pay form. NPOs, as you see, 80%, 89% of NPOs employ young people. Average total number of young people is 40.21, and average total number of workers is 57. So before and during after COVID-19, so the different form of young engagement declined sharply during the crisis before rebounding afterward. So post-COVID recovery exceed pre-crisis level, as you could see, at least in Côte d'Ivoire, especially for volunteering. This reflects both the resilience of the sector and its sensitivity to contextual shock. Targeted young group and dedicated program, so I think I don't have much time. What I can say is that the non-profit sector does not target a single young profile. It operates at the intersection of several social vulnerabilities. The benefit, technology, and formalization. So here, the benefit offered appear far more developed in urban areas, digital technologies for its part expand the action potential of NPOs. The most promising subsectors and cross-cutting synthesis. Social services, healthcare, community development, and agriculture appear to be the most effective subsectors for formalization. Overall, the two surveys agree, I mean the NPO survey and the youth survey. The NPO are significant but complementary, and they show that overall, the two survey agree NPOs are significant but complementary players in youth employment. Their contribution is greater in terms of employability, job quality, and support than in the large-scale creation of permanent job. So this is the final conclusion here. Across both surveys, the central pattern is consistent. NPOs are important actors of youth inclusion and capability building, but they are not yet delivering dignified, stable, and formal employment at a scale commensurate with the challenge. So we have here direct job creation. The direct job creation is modest. This is what I've already explained. Indirect pathway are the main strength. This is what I've explained. Job quality matters. NPO's job often score better because of the recognition, the respect, and dignity that they find. And then the distribution is unequal between rural and urban area. The formalization remain the frontiers. So I think I do have some recommendation, but I think that I will let that. Where should I go? Yes, I will let the recommendations and so I do have some recommendation, policy recommendation, but time is almost over, so I will stop here. Sorry for my English and for my speaking. It has been a struggle, as you see. So, coming from a francophone, thank you very much.
So we want you to, we have a time for validation of this exercise. So keep your questions, just write them down when we finish all the presentations. We want to manage time. So just write all your questions and we'll take those questions. But we want you to focus it within the validation questions that we have so that we keep it more focused. So try and put them down. And we also saw people I don't know if people are getting tired, but please, if just write the questions down, pay attention so that we'll get the most out of this exercise. So we are moving straight to Burkina Faso. Prof said he can continue so that we'll take Nigeria after this presentation. Or we should just let the Nigeria. Okay. Is it okay? Yeah, I think it's fine. So put it in the presentation. Yeah.
So, sorry, you will, yes. You have to continue listening to me with my broken English. So now I'm presenting the result for Burkina Faso. And so I will move quickly. The study, this is the outline of the study. This is almost the same. Maybe for the national context, an element of context that differ from Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso is experiencing a prolonged humanitarian and security crisis that affect young people educational and occupational and social trajectories. As you know, there are several terrorist attacks in Burkina Faso, and then this shape the landscape even for the labor market. In this context, non-profit organizations play an important role in access to services, social support, livelihood, and socio-economic inclusion. Those aged 15 to 35-year-old, as was the case for Côte d'Ivoire. So the objective of the study, it is almost the same like the one in Burkina Faso, in Côte d'Ivoire, that is to document the forms of support provided by the NPOs, to analyze young people's pathway and perceptions, and to compare institutions and lived experiences, and finally to generate evidence dialogue. What does study mean by decent and fulfilling work? In fact, between Côte d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso, there is no significant difference on the way these concepts have been implemented or from the result of the survey. What you have to do in Burkina Faso, people will not prefer. I mean, volunteering is much more important, and people find fulfillment in being a volunteer, which is not exactly the case in Côte d'Ivoire, where salary also play a more important position. This can be the difference between the two countries. The methodology is the same. So this is what I presented in Côte d'Ivoire, so I will not repeat it. So the study scope, sample and data quality. The data cover 4 regions and 2 target population with supervised data collection protocol. Here, as you see, the report mentioned 1,613 young people in the methodology summary. Yes, but yes, we do have actually 1,060 and 619 people that have been surveyed. Respondents were selected using a 2-stage approach with purposive selection of region, followed by proportional allocation of survey participants. And the fieldwork was supported by daily quality check and regular synchronization of form. Yes, and so let me move quickly to the findings from the youth survey. So overall profile and surveyed young people. The sample is relatively young, close to gender parity, predominantly rural, and still only weakly stabilized in the labor market. As you see, the average age is 24.7. Women, we have more women, 52.2 women. We have 72.5% of respondents living in rural area, and 58% report being in work, and 10% have no contract. The fact that we have more rural respondents in Burkina Faso than Côte d'Ivoire is almost normal, depending on the city that we have chosen. And in Burkina Faso, yes, we do have more rural population than in Côte d'Ivoire. Educational level, family situation, and economic vulnerabilities. As you see, 64% were single, and only 35.4% were married or in union. 54% were socially marginalized population, and 5% people with disabilities. We do have also displaced person. This was almost 10%. As you know, people fleeing terrorist attack. We do in Burkina Faso make the situation very complex, and we do have internally displaced people in all the cities. So the contrast between a relatively high level of education and low income suggests that young people difficulties are not due only to schooling deficit, but also to the condition of access to quality jobs. This was also the case for Côte d'Ivoire. Partial and fragile labor market insertion. Having an activity does not necessarily mean having secure or protected work. This is what it means. A relative majority of young people report being in work, but formal contracting remain very limited. There are several people that are working, but they don't have a contract. Forms of work without protection or with low pay remain common. In Burkina Faso, low job security partly explain the importance respondents attach to income reliability, respect, and recognition. So the central diagnosis is therefore not only the lack of access to activity, but above all the structural fragility of forms of labor market insertion. Direct and indirect NGO contribution to young employment. NGO action is real, but it works more through indirect support than through direct access to employment. This is consistent with what you have seen already with Burkina Faso. So we have direct contribution only 11%. We say that direct access to a job through an NGO, so this means that this remains really limited. In direct contribution, we do have 25% of people that think that the support that they gain from the NPOs help them to have a job. What direct access to a job through an NGO changes? Direct beneficiaries appear more often integrated into more structural forms of employment. Among direct beneficiary jobs with a contract are much more common. Beneficiaries are also less concentrated in certain form of subsistence work. The results suggest that direct NGOs support improves the likelihood of accessing more formalized labor market insertion. NGOs appear particularly important in rural contexts where market opportunities are more limited and institutional intermediation can play a decisive role. Access to employability support mechanism. The profile of support mechanism suggests a capacity building logic rather than one of large-scale financing. As you see on the table, main form of entrepreneurial support, and we see that financial assistance is 39%, mentoring 30%, equipment workplace is 24%, and networking 16%. Assessment of the effect of support mechanism. Young people who receive support often report greater confidence in their abilities. The perceived usefulness of support sometimes goes beyond immediate job creation, skill acquisition, guidance, autonomy, and future prospect, for example. The main issue remains limited coverage rather than the absence of effect. So, in other words, when support exists, it is often judged useful. The main problem is above all that too few young people benefit from it. This is the main problem. Who benefit most from direct NGO contributions in Burkina Faso? Young adult and rural residents are overrepresented among direct beneficiaries. Direct contributions appear to be targeted more toward young adult than toward young respondents. By sex, however, targeting is relatively balanced between women and men. The strong presence of rural residents among beneficiaries confirms the role of NGOs in contexts where commercial or formal employment opportunities are more limited. So, compared to the case of Côte d'Ivoire, you have to take into account the fact that Burkina Faso is more rural than Côte d'Ivoire, at least the cities where the data are being collected. Vulnerability, forced displacement, and access to direct contribution. This is really specific to Burkina Faso due to the security crisis. Direct beneficiaries include vulnerable profile, but some groups remain poorly covered. As you see, socially marginalized young people, we have almost 45% of direct beneficiaries. People with disability, we have 8%. People with chronic illness, we have 6%. Internally displaced people, 6%. And no particular displacement category. So we have 92%. Who benefit from indirect support in Burkina Faso? Indirect support appear somewhat better directed towards certain vulnerable groups, especially for training. We do have women, often slightly more represented in training and several support mechanisms. And then we have rural residents who have strong presence among training beneficiaries. Young people aged 25 to 35 clearly dominate in most form of support, as you see in the graph. So socially vulnerable group, they are better reached by some indirect mechanism. Indirect support play a more refined targeting role than direct access to employment. It reaches more vulnerable profile, but it remains concentrated among a minority of young people. Decent work, economic security of employment. As you see in the graph, the gap in favor of direct beneficiaries is clear for income reliability. Yes. Improvement in pay perception exists, even though pocket of dissatisfaction remain. Yeah. Access to a job for an NGO therefore appear to be correlated with better subjective economic security. This is not universal satisfaction, as you see, but it is an important relatively advantage. NGO do not eliminate precariousness, but they do appear to ease several of its dimensions. So, decent work recognition and relations in the working environment. This graph shows that the NGO's advantage does not therefore lie only in access to income. It is strongly visible in the relationship, in the rational quality of work, a central dimension for engagement and the sense of dignity. So this is really very important, and people, sometimes you may be astonished to see that why people are still in this job, which is with a very low pay, but in fact they gain more relational will receive. So recognition and social relationships are very much value in the in the NPO sector. Decent work, fulfillment, learning, and social values. The result is important. It shows that NPO also contribute to the subjective and social quality of labor market insertion, not just the holding positions, as you see in the graph. Yes, there are beneficiaries more often say that they feel useful and are progressing in their skill. So this is important. Decent work and employment related benefit. Yes, so let me move quickly to the end. Yes, young people sectoral preference. You see here in the graph, agriculture this is more male preference. Is more female. Social services, this is balance almost for both. Yes. So the differences, the preferences varies according to the gender. So for the NPOs, the result from the NPO quickly, the NPO landscape appears urbanized, structure to what we have. Urban NPOs, example, they represent 78% and rural NPO 21%. Yes, most of the NPOs will prefer to remain in urban area. This configuration suggests a sector that is locally rooted but often resource constrained with highly variable capacities for action depending on organizational type and location. Scale of intervention, sectors of activities and financing NPOs. NPO combine community anchorage, national coverage, institutional. They often operate at several levels. The weakness of annual budget probably limit the stability and scale of intervention in support of young people. So human resources, governance, and organizational capacity. The non-profit sector should not be treated as a homogeneous block. The capacity to employ, train, or protect young people varies greatly depending on resources and organizational models. This is what this graph shows. The very large dispersion in the number of volunteers illustrate the gap between small community structures and larger organizations. The ability to offer stable jobs depends strongly on organizational size and resources. NPO contribution to youth employment overall indicator. This is a kind of summary. Recruitment of young people, this is common activity for the majority of NPOs. Dedicated program, but still limited. Let me move quickly to, yes, time is flying. Transition to formal work and technological level. This is an important theme. NPOs contribute partly to formalization, while digital technology is emerging as a major strategic lever. There are some donor programs that into the formal sector vary greatly across organizations, as you see the numbers. Let me move to the conclusions. So, what the two surveys says together? The strength of the non-profit sectors appears above all in mediation, support, and certain dimension of job quality. So we have 5 messages or 5 conclusions. First, NPO play a significant but complementary role in youth employment. They create and facilitate opportunities without by themselves constituting a driver of large-scale transformation. This is consistent with what we say for and related benefit. NPO's impact on employability, therefore not be assessed only in terms of the volume of job created, but also in terms of the ability to improve the quality. Your attention.
Colleagues, kindly note that we have interpretation in Arabic, French, that you can learn in your conversations. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. We are going to move straight into another presentation. We are taking the presentation from Nigeria. So a country partner represented by Emmanuel is going to do the presentation for us. As I said, I hope the online audience can hear us and then see at the presentation. If not, please let us know. Joseph is sharing the slides as well. So Emmanuel, please. You also have 30 minutes to do the presentation.
Just disconnect. Hold on. Let it come up. Just put this slide on. Okay. Can we do it? Trying to. This is not it. Why it has freeze? I don't know. This is not even this slide, so we can't use this. Oh, it was already here. No. It's not showing yet. It's not showing, so hold on, please. Let's see. Is this one? I don't even know. Don't worry, I'll get it for you. Yeah. So, putting it in presentation mode right away. I have a lot of friends. Huh? Don't prove it because we are playing it from the driver. Oh, we need to save it.
No, you don't have to. Put in the. Just check it. Took like minutes of this time.
What's happening? Okay.
Good morning. Okay, so my name is Emmanuel Mukuru. I will be presenting on behalf of the Nigeria team. So, much of the presentation, I'll be referencing the countries that I've made presentation before now, because there are some. I should speak up? Okay, all right. I don't know. Okay. So I will skip a few things and just make reference to where there are similarities with what the other countries have presented. So our work here focuses on Nigeria, and I will start by creating the country-specific background. When you look at NPO sector in Nigeria, what comes to mind is charity, faith-based organizations, foundations, community level, intervention groups, registered or non-registered as the case may be. But over the years, we have seen a spike in the activities of NPOs because of how payments and anti-money laundering and financing of terrorism is taking shapes, and that has prompted the government to regulate the space to a certain degree, which means that the Corporate Affairs Commission has now started registering non-profit organizations. So if you see the third box on your right, you realize that between 2019 and 2023, there have been about 1,014 growth rates of NPOs that are registered over a period of almost 5 years, with about 3,000 plus NGOs being added, month on month. While there are NPOs that have registered, there are others who are not. And one of the things that we have discovered is that there are 3 key models of operation that NPOs typically take in Nigeria. The service-oriented, which I'll talk about later, an advocacy-driven model, and a hybrid model that combines public benefit missions as well as market-based job creation. So, what are the key challenges that we see from the NPO space in Nigeria? 5 of them stand very significant. One is that they are mostly faced with unstable funding, and that makes their sustainability a bit precarious, because then they no longer are able to guarantee jobs for those that they have engaged. So you see that replicating in the form of employment or engagement that they do, which are mostly contract-based, because these jobs are structured with funding cycles, either with the grant cycle winding down, and those that are engaged within that programmatic intervention are also closing out, as some of them are then retained and transitioned into a newer grant or funding intervention if they ever get a new intervention in that regard. But for the most established ones, this always happens. Then, of course, there is macroeconomic volatility, and this transition, this affects how the funding they get, in terms of exchange rate fluctuation, affect how they're able to, deploy those resources. Then, of course, compliance burden with money laundering and, different entities trying to use NPOs to, front their operations. You then see that the Corporate Affairs Commission has also increased the level of compliance requirement for the NPOs, most of them which are not really sophisticated at that level, and that also creates some operational pressures. Then there is the gender and social cultural barriers, which is very rampant and most visible in northern Nigeria, that you see early child marriages, unpaid domestic. You also see concepts like time poverty, because of the nature of the female gender in terms of home care, provisioning, and all the other things that are associated that also contest for their time. Then, of course, there is the security and humanitarian operating pressure, which I touched on already. Notwithstanding, there are also opportunities that are available within this space. As we look into the literature, we see that with more intervention and a more focused, a more structured approach to operationalizing NPOs and supervising what they do, there is a potential opportunity to localize aid and also localize, development delivery, which means that what you then see in the space that is happening is not transplant model where programs are designed elsewhere and are then imported. So there is a capacity locally to then start designing interventions, mainstreaming the nuances within the local context into that. So that is also helping to build capacity. There's also a professionalization of the sector. Because of the requirement from the Corporate Affairs Commission, also you then see that capacity is being built. You also see people that are engaged within the NPO space that are now being able to do a lot of things around leadership, management, non-profit management, and all of that. Post-COVID, we have seen remote work taking shape, and that, of course, is contributing to online work and how work is now digitized. If you look within the Nigerian landscape, most of the people that then enjoy almost 90% remote work or complete remote work are mostly those who work within the NPO space. And what this also tells us is that because of the need to cut costs in terms of operations, most of the NPOs are now just moving remote and getting office space when there is need to meet physically. Then of course there is opportunity to to create pathways from to adjacent sectors where youth in different sectors are now being equipped and creating opportunities for them. That is most visible in the creative economy space and agri sector. Then of course the conversation around decent and fulfilling job is now also impacting how NPOs are delivering. Mindfulness in terms of how employees are compensated, whether they are direct or indirect volunteer, as the case may be. Then of course creating that pathway that translates youth unemployment into more dignified and fulfilling role. So when we look at the work so far, 4 concepts stand out, and this is how we operationalize them within the Nigerian context. For youth, aligning with the Nigerian youth policy, we consider youth as any Nigerian that is aged 15 to 35 years, again, who is at a heightened risk of social and labor market exclusion. Marginalized youth, we saw them for this study, young people who are excluded from full participation in economic and social life due to systemic barriers such as poverty, displacement, gender, disability, or geography. What is work? Anything, any engagement legal engagement that includes wage employment, whether it is public or private, entrepreneurship, subsistence, own use of livelihoods, whether in agriculture or any of the sector, but earns a living. However, how decent that living is in terms of wages is another bone of contention. But because there is that legal engagement and there's remuneration, we consider that as work. But is that dignified and fulfilling because it is work? So in that regard, we looked at dignified and fulfilling work as any employment that guarantees reliable income, combined with any of the other 3 markers. But the emphasis is that it addresses unemployment, underemployment, or any precarious situation that these youths might be facing. So objectives are fairly the same, so I will quickly move forward. Our methodology was kind of simple, but was rigorous. So we adopted a methodology design that we called mixed sequential explanatory survey design. What it helped us to do is that quantitative and qualitative in that regard. We began with initial key informant insights, which was not methodologically rigorous because what we did was a fact-finding mission. In the process of reviewing and domesticating that instrument, whether what is
what it contained was, really reflected in Nigerian context. So once we had those initial insights from the key informant interviews, we worked with, the country coordinator to deploy the quantitative survey first. Of course, all the things around ethical practices, field training, and all of that were observed. Then, of course, the qualitative, which is now the second phase we're just going into, then happened. And because it's also sequential in that regard, it is on equal weight because the qualitative and the quantitative are not carrying the same weight in terms of because there was an absence of a sampling frame for the youth especially, who were unable to randomize. But what we did was to systematically first look at how population split was across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. Geopolitical zones, northwest, north central, northeast, south, southwest, and southwest, and southeast. So we stratified and purposively youth within the age of 15 to 35, that formed our population for the youth survey. And of course, we looked at the states, based on proportion of their population, and also sampled accordingly. For the MPOs, what we did was to restrict MPOs for us to be able to sample these respondents, whether they are youth or they are MPOs, we depended on those who had knowledge to give us referral of people within those states. For the youth sample, our population gave us, when we applied the Cochrane's formula, we arrived at 2,310 sample size. But again, the population is so huge, and because of the insecurity in some parts of the country, we then created a buffer of 15%, which translated into 347 booster sample, and that then gave us a total of 2,718, of which valid responses that came back were 2,716. You will wonder why so much valid response. It's because Dr. Dennis had to come to Nigeria to ensure that he follows us to field to test the instrument and ensure that all the enumerators also pass the training. Of course, data collection instrument, because it's a multi-country survey, the same survey guided us with minor nuanced adaptation. The qualitative, of course, is the structured, semi-structured interview guide. Validation was in terms of face and content validity. We used Expert, and we also piloted the survey instrument, which we're also doing with the qualitative guide. And of course, how did we administer? It was enumerator-led. We used Kobo Collect, and of course, it was one-on-one interviews, deploying all the quality assurance mechanisms. So what did we find from our survey? From the youth side, our respondent pool, again, is expected that it is youthful, but it was slightly female leaning, educated, and of course urban fitted. We can explain this because Nigeria is more urban than rural based on the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics data that we have. So it therefore meant that how MPUs, as we will see later, contributed is also perceived and assessed across this demographic that you see here. Of the 2,716, the mean age was 25.5. Women accounting for 51.2%, slightly above male, but 10.3% being people living with disabilities, 49.9%, or we could say 50% having tertiary education, then 64% being urban. You can also look at the population respondent pool from an identity mix perspective. Singles accounted for 70.8. It's expected again because they are youths. And if you look at the Nigerian context, youths are no longer marrying very early these days because of economic situation. Almost 2/3 of the sample size was Christian, and of course, like I said, a little over half was made up of the female gender. Education, tertiary, more leaning. Of course, you can see the rural-urban divide there in that regard, 64 to 36%. We looked at the work reality of youth in terms of their economic participation, and what we realized is that what we found from this survey is that the baseline labor market picture is one of work without strong income security, and I think this has been re-emphasized. So 61.2% of the sample are engaged in work, 91.3% are income. In terms of the most common work, again, contract work, led, followed by non-contract, and of course, own use of, production resources, self-employment, and the rest. The work duration of the respondents, about 27% of them have just been in work for 1 to 3 years, while 22% of them have worked, for 3 to 5 years, and another 18%, haven't worked less than a year. Income band is also very an interesting finding. 87.2% of the youth we sampled, we surveyed, earn less than $200. 9.2% of them a little $200 to $399, while 3.6% of them earn over $400. What this tells us is that there's labor force attachment, right? Notwithstanding, income adequacy is weak, as you have seen. Again, we will see whether this really justifies or the impact of MPUs on the youth that we've identified, we've surveyed. We looked at the contribution model of MPU and how young people are benefiting from these MPUs. Of all the 2,716 MPU youth we surveyed, 46% of them, have indirectly benefited from MPUs, while 27% of them have directly benefited. So you can see the disparity. The rest is, not sure whether they have, they cannot recall. Really? Okay. All right, so in terms of also direct and indirect, benefits, 8.7% of people living with disability reported benefiting directly from MPUs, while 11% of them reported benefiting indirectly. What this tells us is that in terms of direct contribution, based on what we saw, there is, direct contribution is reported in reflected in self-reported job quality, workplace respect, support structures, and contractual work. Then, of course, for the indirect skills, entrepreneurship, education, formalization that are provided through third parties are also very significant. I'm going to run fast. Mechanism through which MPOs deliver their intervention, as you can see from there, from the screen, you had training and capacity building ranking highest, entrepreneurship support following, education, and of course micro grant, which happen to be the least. Who are the youths that are benefiting most? You have those between 25 to 35 years who benefit most from interventions of MPOs. This is followed by 25 to 35 benefiting more from grants, 25 to 35 also benefiting more from the entrepreneurship program of MPOs, then 25 to 35 also from training, while in the area of entrepreneurship, women, if we segregated by gender, women also accounted, benefited more compared to men. What we saw from the data is that the support is strongest where recipients, can turn this kind of support into job, into business activity, or a learning transfer. So in as much as NPOs do this, how useful it is the ability of these recipients to be able to turn these interventions into other forms of support or a benefit. So the NPO value is not only in exposure, but in conversion, where recipients often translate that support into employability, business utility, and of course perceived life change. We try to look at different comparative scorecard in terms of indexes and how those that directly benefited from NPOs compared to those who indirectly benefited from NPOs. In terms of income reliability, income sufficiency, workplace respect, community respect, supervisor support, colleague, you can see that those who benefited directly from NPOs reported were higher compared to those who benefited indirect. I was telling someone backstage that if I was directly engaged with an NPO and you also had somebody who was volunteering, what it meant that even though we're working under the same supervisor, the supervisor gave the direct beneficiary more attention than those who were volunteering or who were contractual. And this also played out even amongst those who had what do you call it now, their employment were not despite not being volunteered, they were indirect staff going to the office, but they didn't get that kind of support also even from colleagues. So there is a digital dignity signal here where the largest gap that we see are not in pay alone, but in respect, support, if you see from the discrepancy on both columns. There is a caveat notwithstanding that these are perception-based comparison, but do not provide a causal proof. Notwithstanding, the pattern is directionally consistent across several work quality dimensions. Beyond the count that the numbers you see here, we think that what the insights are telling us early is that NPO's contribution may then need to be operationalized, partly through work quality rather than only just mere employment in terms of reporting numbers. Okay, I'm told that the time is fast spent, so we also looked at dignity, formalization, and digital work, where respondents define that dignified work, they define dignified work above the lowest income band and still face information asymmetry. What this tells us that for many youth are not even aware of the kind of income that is really classified as dignified, that could make the work more fulfilling for them. They just want to get to be employed. There is a formalization signal that we also see that 25% or 26% of those who took part in NPO programming reported that these programs supported their transition to formal work. 73% of program providers, which will also dig deeper into, say that formalization is intended in the development, the design of their intervention. With all of this, we also see that there is a digital opportunity gap here, where the next frontier is not just the jobs in themselves, but with the global workforce becoming more digital, there is also need to be digital skills while guaranteeing fair work practices in that regard. Indirect pathways to better livelihood, skills, education, and entrepreneurship are the core mechanisms through which the NPOs deliver their intervention, as we have seen. Now, if we look at the NPO survey, the institutional survey themselves, what we see in terms of organizational type is that there are more NGOs compared to those grassroots associations, also compared to faith-based. The location and scale, as is reflected in the youth survey, is more urban, followed by community-based and those operating at a national scale. The primary sector of focus are education services, social services, human health, and of course agriculture. We look at the budget profile of these NPUs, and as you can see, many of the NPUs operate less than $50,000 budgets for their period of intervention on a yearly basis. Funding profile is mostly from individual donors, as well as international donors, and governments being the least support in terms of funding for NPUs. Again, I'll try and move very fast. We look at the workforce structure. The mean size of employees or workers was 117. I think it's highest from what I've seen so far. 71.2% of the NPUs say that they employ youths. 99% of mean youth employees among the NPUs is 99.7% sorry, 99.7 not percent. I meant to say mean. We looked at how NPUs have played since prior, during, and post-COVID. Before post-COVID, there was no much emphasis on youth employment, but during COVID, there was strain in terms of the size, the workforce that will help them deploy their intervention. So more youth were taken, and even despite the fact that COVID had elapsed, had gone, they had kept faith with those staff that they have engaged. Let's look at the implication. 5 themes emerge from what we have seen from both the NPU and the youth survey. First is that there is an active youth baseline, but it's financially constrained, despite the fact that they get some form of engagement with NPUs. The income is insignificant. Second, we see that indirect contribution outruns direct contribution of NPUs. Thirdly, we see that training is the broadest support rail or mechanism through which NPUs deliver their intervention, directly or indirectly. And fourthly, quality improves when support becomes usable work. So direct beneficiaries report stronger reliability, respect, and support at work compared to those who are indirect beneficiary. Capability beats cash, but protection gap also remains. In as much as the NPUs are also providing intervention, supporting in the area of skills, education, and capacity building, we also realize that other forms of humanitarian concerns, especially for people who are displaced, who are living on the edge, are not in social protection is not really an area that the NPUs are delving into. So the sector serves as a platform for capability building, formalization, and dignified work, not just as a source of job, despite the fact that they are largely indirect contributor. What do the early findings suggest to us? The impact of NPUs before now is not really visible because there's a lack of measurements in that regard. We also see that capability has to be treated as a transfer to formal labor work and not is a means to an end and not an end in itself. There is need to close a social protection gap, which we just spoke about. There's also a need to strengthen rural and digital inclusion simultaneously, despite the fact that the population is largely urban. So if we were to go with the trend of the population, it means that those who live in rural areas, the rural-urban divide will continue to widen in terms of NPU support. There is need to support NPU to build resilience because the budget at their disposal is very lean and is seasonal, so they are unable to really deliver their interventions at full. So when we look at the 5 objectives that guided the study, the following overarching conclusions emerge. First is that the non-profit sector contributes to youth employment more as a system enabler than a mass direct employer. And this indicates that the strongest contribution lie in indirect empowerment, especially through training, entrepreneurship, scholarship, and micro financing or micro grants. Second is that the sector contributes meaningfully to dignified and fulfilling work, but the effects are uneven. Sorry, I think something is cut here, but the message is clear. The third is contribution varies sharply across subsectors. Social services, environment, education, and health appear to be the most significant contributors. which also suggests that there is the sectoral contribution or composition will matter greatly for intended outcomes. The fourth is that the largest long-term constraint may be the sector's measurement deficit, which I just explained. What this study has shown us is that the sector is doing some significant job, but the official system and even many organizations themselves do not yet measure that work adequately. So despite the work that NPOs are doing, in national planning, you don't really see these figures pop up. And I think it's something that this study has surfaced and has contributed to the body of evidence. Measurement deficit makes the sector, the measurement deficit we spoke about just now, makes the sector statistically invisible, which of course impedes the appreciation of the contribution of donor organizations that are funding this sector, and we cannot really then quantify the impact the sector is making if there is no national measurement framework in that regard. Lastly, the study is very clear that non-profit sector is not a complete substitute for structural labor market reform. It can widen access and improve outcomes, but it cannot by itself resolve deeper problems of informality, weak job absorption, low productivity, and unstable funding condition. Okay, I think that'll be all. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for the presentation. I think we are a bit tired, so let's take about 2-3 minutes to stretch, so that Emmanuel from Ghana can present. I don't know if there's anybody here to help us energize a bit, to stretch, take us through some exercises. 2 minutes. Anybody? But if you can do that yourself, yeah. Oh, I see, there's a volunteer here. 2 minutes to do that.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Vous voulez un micro à main?
Thank you so much. Let's have a seat. A round of applause for her.
Thank you so much. I think it's been quite good for all of us here. I am doing my presentation this time, and then I'll be looking at the main contributions of the non-profit sector to dignified and fulfilling work for young people in Ghana. And this is how my presentation would be. So if we look at the non-profit organizations, they play a significant role in terms of development in itself. But then also, when we look at these organizations, we also ask, what is it that they've been able to do? Issues of youth and how we give them work. Again, literature, it talks about a lot of, it talks about development interventions by states, and also they also look at that of the private sector, but in terms of what exactly do non-profit organizations do. When we look at that from the existing literature, we don't have that. And that serves as a gap which this work seeks to fill. And because of that, I think with all these things, I wouldn't look at them again because we've all said that already. So if we talk about a youth, what exactly do we mean? In our context, a youth refers to an individual between the ages of 15 years and also between the ages of 85 years. And then if we look at the youth, we have 11 point an activity that an individual does to produce goods and services for his or her own use or for the use of some people as well. We could actually see this as a form of work. But then when we look at the meaning of when we look at the meaning of a dignified and fulfilling work in our national context. We don't have it. It is important for me to indicate that we don't have a definition for that. But when you look at it, what we use is we often use what we call decent work. And I think most of you here could actually see that also in terms of your own countries as well. So I'll now look at my research method, and as all of us we've seen, we are all using the same research design. So because of that, I won't talk about it. And we have also seen that when we look at youths, as I have said already, we are also looking at those age between 15 and 35 years. For our research, we use 6 regions, 6. And in each of them, we chose 2 different districts. The issue is that when we look at our regions, it is more of an urban as well as rural. And because of that, we indicated that it will be quite useful to use that in how we choose which side to go. And based on that, we divided our regions into 2, and we use that to choose. So for our research work, in terms of our sample size, we were able to speak to 2,298 youth out of these different regions. And as you can see here, these are the regions that we chose. And then we also use the same means for the non-profit organizations as well. And you can also see that for them here. So in our research, we decided to use research assistants. So in all, we had 22 of them for this work, and we did some training for them as well. And I think I'll skip in terms of research instruments as well, because it has been said already. So for our work, it took us a period of 1 month to do all of our data collection. And we also decided to use our local languages, because in some instances, it is not everyone who will be able to speak English. So because of that, we thought it would be a good thing. And I think it's because of that, that is why we were even also able to get a lot of youths to even also take part in our research. As we've all seen, in terms of our research work, it was more descriptive. And then this research also, we sought for approval. Although it looks like all of us did that, but in our presentations, we don't also tell that, and I think it is good we do that as well. So if we look at our key research work, in terms of the youth, in terms of their ages, we could actually see that a lot of them were aged above 25 years. And it also speaks to the mean age for our work, and we have seen that also in some different countries as well. And then also we had a lot of people who were females, and then also a lot of them were single as well. And interestingly, we also saw that in terms of their level of education, a lot of the individuals that we spoke to had secondary form of education as well, with a few being in the, with a few who said that they've not been, with a few who said that they have never been to school. And we can also see here, our results also indicate that a number of these youths who were given employment by non-profit organizations were given employment without a contract. So it means that most of these youths that worked in these organizations did not have a contract. That also speaks to a lot of things here. And then we also found out that the youths, when we look at it, almost 75.5% of them earn less than 200 USD at the end of every month. So now let's look at their, let's look at the contributions of non-profit organizations to youth employment. We can see here that just a few of the people that we spoke to were given work by non-profit organizations. A lot of them were given it, but it was in a form of an indirect type of employment that they gave to them. And then we have also seen that a lot of these youth were also found in the urban areas. And when we look at this, it was quite significant because we know that non-profit organizations, most of their interventions are found especially in rural side. But here we could actually see that all those people who were given employment were found in the urban areas. And when we look at, in terms of the age, as well as the location differences, we also found out that in respective of the different types of work that these organizations give to the youth, it was more based on those in the urban side. And then also, we found out that youth age 25 years and more were also the main focus of these organizations. So now, if we look at their indirect contributions, it was more looking at how do we build their individual capacity. So a lot of the things that these organizations did was on giving them some form of, they were giving them skills. So they built their individual capacity, with a few also giving entrepreneurial support as well. So we asked these youth in terms of what do you see as more of, what do you see as a dignified form of an income? And as we could see from our screen, a lot of the youth that we spoke to indicated that when they earn between 200 and 300 USD, they see that as a dignified form of an income. But then also we could see some key differences in terms of how females and males, how they even also see it. We also found out that in terms of the different sectors, most of these youth were given employment in the field of education, as well as in agriculture. In respective of this, a lot of them indicated to us that whatever they earn is not good enough to really help them take care of, in terms of their needs as well. So now I'll skip this and then I'll move on to the non-profit results. As we can see here, a lot of these organizations were based in the urban side, and then a lot of them were also into issues relating to education. They were also into social services as well. And interestingly, we also found out that almost about 80% of these organizations had less than 50,000 USD, which also indicates that a lot of them are very small base organizations. And then one thing that I found interesting is that when we asked them about what is, in terms of the sources. Most of them told us that they get it from individuals, which I think was quite interesting as well. So when we look at their involvement in terms of, do they give employment to youth? Yes, we found out that almost all the organizations that we spoke to provided some form of employment to young people. But in this, non-governmental organizations are the largest share. They give a lot of employment opportunities to them. And then we also found out that in terms of these employment opportunities, they also give it to more women, which I think was quite an interesting result. But then when we check in terms of differences, in terms of volunteers, we did not find any significant differences here. And we also look at these organizations, the work they give to youth. Is it so dignified? We found out that a number of the organizations give youth some form of social security, and then they also give them maternal leave as well. And that speaks to issues of social, I would say social protection as well. And then we also found out that a number of the organizations had some form of interventions that was used in helping young people move from informal to formal employment, from informal to formal employment. In terms of the different subsectors, we also found out that a number of the organizations helped youth to move, especially in the business organizations. They help them to move from being in an informal to a formal type of an employment. So in terms of our key take-homes is that, one, we saw that though these organizations are giving employment, but it remains informal. And as a result of that, it is not able to meet in terms of, it is not able to meet the needs of this youth. And we also found out that mainly their organizational contribution is also indirect, and it is found especially in urban side. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kumi, for the presentation. So we are going to begin, engaging with these findings. We've presented, or we've listened to 5 countries from West Africa. So we want to give opportunity to those from the region, West Africa, to begin. they've read the work, the draft work, and then we've given them some validation questions. So those from West Africa, then we open it up for other people. So let's start from stakeholders from West Africa who has read the work and would want to react to some of these validation questions. To what extent do these findings resonate with the realities of your country? And from the presentations, what is it coming out in terms of what you see as regional similarities? We also want you to speak to, are these results surprising or inconsistent with the lived realities in your country? We also want to see how these results were interpreted. Was it according to the patterns that we see in this country, to be able to help shape these findings? And then what are some of the important contextual dynamics that these particular findings did not really capture? If you look at the project objectives that were shared in the presentations, what are some of the key policy and program messages that are coming out? We want you to bring some of these issues out also, and what would you, or where would qualitative research or case studies be useful in deepening our understanding? And also, what must be emphasized in the final country and synthesis report? So anybody from West Africa, if nobody's, anybody from West Africa who wants to go first? Yeah, Peter, please go ahead. Peter, please, you introduce yourself, which organization you are representing, and then you can go for it.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Peter Ngalaro. I'm from Ghana, working with the Ghana Statistical Service. Yeah, so I quickly read through the works that are done for West Africa, and the results are very, very interesting. First of all, let me congratulate the DAKAR for the presentation, for the good work that you've done. So if you look at the results that have been generated and presented and documented, I can see that there are some similarities across the countries within the region, and they largely represent what is happening within the region. Just that there are some few surprises which we might have to maybe investigate further, maybe during the qualitative phase as we've mentioned. So for example, if you take the regional context, for example, where you are saying that most of the NPOs contribute to employment when it comes to the youth, directly, indirectly, and directly, I think that is most of the case, given the capacity of NGOs and then their ability to be able to create more direct employment within the continent might be limited. And most of their cases, as mentioned, from all the training, they are having more of the intervention being training. So they provide more training and capacity building for the youth, which empowers them and maybe give them the chance to be employed in the future. And the income level, as we know, less than $200 for most of the countries, which is even the case for most governments, mostly even civil servants in these countries where income or salaries are generally low. So we don't expect NGOs to be paying so much, given their capacity and the kind of money they get. So what I'm trying to say is that the results are mostly consistent with what is happening within the region. There are some few surprises though. For example, Cote d'Ivoire, where we are having 35.4% indirect contributions. So the indirect contributions is 35.4%, which seems very, very high to me. So this brings to the question, what do we define, not specifically to Cote d'Ivoire, but for all the countries? What do we mean by direct contribution, and what do we mean by indirect contribution? Is it that when an NGO employs the youth directly to be part of the NGO, that is direct? What if it connects, it takes active participation in connecting the youth to also get employment in other organizations? Is that also direct or not? So it might be these surprises might be due to definitions, issues of definition. Are we only looking at cases where they employ them directly into the organization, or we also capture cases where they actively get these youth employed in other organizations as direct. To me, this has to be looked at. When you're talking about direct employment, you have to be, so if you look at most of the reports, almost all of them, if you go to the definition of concepts, the focus is on what is decent work, what is work, and those other ones. Issues like direct contribution and those important key things are supposed to be mentioned. So readers know what they are before they even go into the reading of the concept. If you take the case of Senegal, where we have very, very high incomes, I think it has the highest in terms of the percentage of youth that gets more than the $200 per month. It's also very, I don't come from Senegal, I might not know the case, but that is also something interesting I have learned from here. And there's also cases where we are talking about, so that is some of the surprising things I talk about. Then when we talk about high respect, so we are cases where we are saying that the people are earning very low, but when it comes to respect, we are getting some kind of high respect, and like the pepper scores, they are very, very high, despite the low money they say they are getting. So this introduces the fact that there might be other forms of value people places on work beside monetary value. I think from Cote d'Ivoire or from Burkina, where he was talking about where people do voluntary work and they feel some kind of satisfaction from doing voluntary work. And that tells us that there might be some other value people places on work just beside money. Some it can be just the respect. I don't know whether the questionnaire captures this. If the questionnaire did, it would be also very important to have a section highlighting the value of work, the different value different youth places on work. Why do they work? Are they doing it for the money? Which I know will be the biggest share though. But besides that, what other value do people place on work? Is it on the satisfaction they get from helping people? Is it the respect that comes with it or the dignity with it? Somebody even gets value from work just by waking up and dressing up and going out to do something so that people see that he or she is also doing something. So these things, if they were collected in the data, they are also supposed to be captured as portions. Then the presentation, some of them, for example, when it comes to the demographics, how we present the distribution of youth within the survey, you are seeing most of us doing summary statistics. So we have the minimum age, we have the maximum age, and we have the median or the mean age, which give us a picture though, but it will be far more better to contextualize the issues better if we are able to show percentage distributions. So we can group the youth, maybe 5 years groupings or 10 years groupings, given that we are 15 to 35 years. So 5-year grouping or 10-year grouping, then you let us know within each of the group what percentage of the youth that were interviewed falls within that group. It helps us get some more details. So in that case, you will still know the maximum from it. You will still know the minimum from it because we are having 15 to something and up to 35. But it also gives you a better idea of how the youth are represented in the survey. And this might give some better understanding of the results you are getting in terms of the respect, the value people places on work and all that. And as Dr. Kumi mentioned, in Ghana, when you talk about decent work and fulfilling work, we don't have a direct definition for that. So mostly we use decent work in place of that. And this, if it is the case for all other countries, has to be highlighted. Have to be highlighted what we mean by some of these things. I wrote a number of things.
Thank you.
Which I think I'll share with you to share with the colleagues so that they look at them. I have about 10-page something on the video. So if I'm to talk, I'll talk a lot. So I'll share with you to share with them so that...
Thank you so much, Ghana Statistical Service. Anybody else from Nigeria, please introduce yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olamide Kutei. I'm a lawyer who's transitioned into the non-profit sector as a program manager. And I'm going to pick up on where Peter stopped in terms of the division of the numbers for the sample group, 15 to 35. And that's because, like I have here, within that sample group, we have different demographics who also have different work culture ideologies. And so we have the Gen Zs right up to the millennials. And it is important we're able to capture the perspective of these two different groups or these multiple different groups, because it would then also feed into the research. And so while all those categories are very committed to work, we would notice that for Gen Zs who are like 15 to 20-ish, their work ideology is the pay needs to be commensurate to every other thing. If you're respecting me and things like that, but the pay is not commensurate, I'm leaving. Which is why people tend to see a lot of outflow of employees within this range. So that's one. The other thing that I want to also emphasize is non-profit as enablers, and this speaks to what similarities we see, right? Non-profit as enablers and not mass employers of labor. It still feeds into non-profit organizations need to begin to reframe how they see themselves, and I think this is something that the project would also speak to. I have here that, I'm just going to read it out. Too often non-profits operate as peripheral actors, right? But they also are crucial in that employment space. So the way they see themselves in the ecosystem would also determine the kind of structures that they place within their environment. And this would then transit into having more people employed. Organizations want young people who graduate from university to come in with 3 years work experience. Where would they get 3 years work experience? Usually from work that they have done with the non-profit organizations. So non-profit organizations need to begin to see themselves more as key players within that ecosystem. Also, and I think it was Senegal who touched on this, talking about the funding. I mean, of course, that cuts across all the reports that we've seen. Funding is critical, right? And we've seen a lot of, or how influences from other countries who are big donors play into the non-profit ecosystem as well. So one thing that I think that the report should also emphasize is how to maintain the structure for non-profit, there needs to begin to be a shift towards social entrepreneurship so that they can begin to have more standardized income flow and things like that. Because as long as funding remains shaky, then work becomes tough, right? So social entrepreneurship is definitely something. Another aspect to that is how this work, when it is disseminated, can encourage African philanthropists as well to begin to also fund non-profit organizations and not just leave it to the global players. And I think finally on that is, I just lost train of my thoughts. As soon as I get you back, I will let you know.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it could be. It could also be in the form of a question that will help us understand some of these issues better. So anybody else from West Africa that wants to react or say anything before we move to our colleagues from other regions to also make their contributions? Anybody from West Africa? Victoria, do you want to say? Yeah, please. You have to speak. Everybody will speak from West Africa.
Hello. Okay, my My name is Victoria Kuzoli from the Africa Center for Entrepreneurship and Youth Empowerment. So I work directly in the nonprofit sector, and to be honest, most of these findings are very true, especially when it comes to the type of work the nonprofit is able to provide. Because mostly these institutions are funded by organizations or donors for specific projects. So they do not have the capacity to fully employ people to work with them full-time or for a very long period of time. And what they can be able to afford is maybe volunteer services, contractual, for a very short period or for just the project. And then the other issue as well would be most of the NPOs are located in the urban areas. And then you see that most of the interventions that they carry out are for marginalized people. So they're able to provide the skills for the people in the rural areas, like through their projects. That is like the indirect contribution we've been talking about. But then when it comes to employing them to work for them, the person's location is usually a disqualification. Let's say I'm based in Accra, I'm from Ghana, so I'm based in Accra, and then there's an opening for a staff, but then the person is based in a different region, and then it's a bit rural. If the job requires the person's physical presence, then it becomes difficult to have the person join us. And then the other thing I'd like to speak about is the respect, which she mentioned earlier. A lot of the young people these days that I have spoken to or interacted with do not really consider that a reason to stay in a role. What they care about is how much they're making. So to them, what would be dignifying is being able to meet their basic needs, being able to cater for themselves, being able to build themselves in ways or however they want. But then if they keep going, and then, so I think recently there's this thing that was trending. It's like you see young people saying when you go for a job interview, and then especially in NGOs, and then they say, we are like a family here, run away, don't go there, because then they're going to use that as a trap, hold you, and then the pay is very bad, you're not getting anything at all. But then because you are being respected, you want to stay there. But most young people these days don't do that. And then I think that is also an aspect that should be checked. Even though we are saying that some of them, just like the Cote d'Ivoire report mentioned, that they were more interested in the respect. Like we should see the percentage of those who feel respected and those who do not. Because from my experience, a lot of them don't consider that a factor to classify their job as dignified and fulfilling.
All right, thank you. So we've seen a lot more discussions on the realities of the findings and then the interpretations from different country contexts. But what we are not hearing is some of the areas that we need to tighten or we need to explain further going into the qualitative phase. What are some of the key and program messages that each individual countries needs to focus on? Some of these issues. So our colleagues from Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, who are here, we want to give opportunity for you to also share some thoughts. Our host, Senegal, anybody from Senegal to share some thoughts? Yes, please speak.
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi j'avais quelques observations techniques peut-être que je voulais peut-être partager. Tout le long de...
Please hold on. Our colleagues at the interpretation, is it ongoing? Yeah, okay.
Bon.
Go ahead.
Bon, j'avais juste quelques observations durant tout le long des présentations qui ont été faites par les différents présentateurs. Bon, d'abord au niveau des... j'ai remarqué qu'à chaque fois, bon, c'est les interventions qui sont faites, ou bien les enquêtes qui sont faites sont localisées dans quelques régions, donc ça ne couvre pas tous les pays. Donc est-ce que au niveau des résultats qui sont obtenus, qu'est-ce qu'il en est? Est-ce que déjà les recommandations qui vont émaner de ça, est-ce que ça va concerner déjà tous les pays? Parce que bon, il y a déjà les résultats concernent quelques régions localisées. Est-ce qu'il y a une prochaine phase qui porte sur l'extension de ces enquêtes-là au niveau national de tous les pays? C'est la question que je me pose pour pouvoir avoir une idée beaucoup plus globalisante des résultats. Ça, c'est une chose. Et l'autre chose, c'est peut-être au niveau des impacts qui sont de l'évaluation d'impact. Je pense que l'intervenant il y a un intervenant qui a parlé de la définition des impacts directs et indirects. Je pense que c'est important aussi de revenir sur ça. Et aussi, comment c'est bon. Et est-ce que comment évaluer l'impact? Est-ce que c'est possible d'aller jusqu'à faire pour ce qui concerne l'évaluation d'impact, est-ce que c'est possible d'aller faire jusqu'à évaluer de façon statistique l'impact de ces programmes-là sur les indicateurs que vous considérez, c'est-à-dire sur l'emploi ou bien sur le revenu ou bien voilà, tout autre indicateur? Est-ce que cette évaluation on peut pousser la réflexion sur l'évaluation? Voilà les questions que j'avais ou bien observations. Merci.
All right, thank you. I think the first one was, why didn't we cover all countries in West Africa? And then
regions.
Oh, all regions in the country.
Regions in the countries, yeah.
Oh, okay. Let our country partners come in. Why didn't you cover all the regions in your country? So we want to hear from the country partners. Yeah, Nigeria. You want to say something? Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon again. In the case of Nigeria, I think we covered all the 6 we call them zones, geopolitical zones, and not regions. But what we didn't do was to survey all the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. So each of the zones, except for one, has 6 states each, and within those zones, geopolitical zones, we systematically selected 2 states with highest youth population and also MPU spread. That gives us, it took us very closer to having representation. As a matter of fact, in some states, you see MPO presence of less than of 10 as the case is. If you look at the Nigerian spread, most of them really are in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, Lagos, which is the commercial hub, River State, Colonia also, hub. So that's the mechanism that guided us in terms of looking at where the NPOs are mostly, located from the NPO side. And of course, the youth spread is almost even, apart from Lagos and Rivers and Kano, that has a youth population of over 5 million youths each. So those ones were also given proportional to size, sampling consideration. But we think that was fairly representative of the Nigerian context.
Prof, you want to say something? Okay. So maybe from the Senegalese context, Serge, sorry to put you. Yeah. So Serge, maybe you want to speak to the same question. I don't know if you heard the question about why focus on some regions in your country, not all the regions.
Ok, est-ce que vous m'entendez? Je crois que c'est mieux. Merci beaucoup. Alors, pour cette question sur la sélection des régions, je pense que pratiquement tous les pays ont été un peu confrontés à cette situation. C'est également compte tenu de la faisabilité en termes de la taille de l'échantillon. Il n'était pas possible de couvrir tout le pays. Donc, un choix raisonné a été fait avec 3 régions. L'idée, c'était c'est pas de dire que les autres régions ne sont pas importantes, mais d'essayer de voir quelles régions prennent en compte certaines réalités, les régions qui ont plus ou moins les mêmes réalités. Donc on a essayé de faire un zonage et prendre donc dans chaque zonage fait une région qui peut plus ou moins représenter. Donc au sud, on a pris la région de Ziguinchor, on va dire que la principale région avec une caractéristique particulière. Au centre, nous avons pris Kaolack, qui a une bonne dynamique et qui est un carrefour agricole un peu au centre du pays. Et ensuite, nous avons pris Dakar, qui s'imposait de par le dynamisme des organisations. Donc voilà, et nous espérons, comme nous l'avons dit dans les recommandations, pouvoir aller plus loin et couvrir, pourquoi pas, l'ensemble des autres régions pour de prochaines enquêtes. Voilà.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so now we'll open it up for colleagues in other regions. So we'll take 3 at a go, and then if there are any questions. Oh, the mic. So, hello. So you can, Mehdi, please go for it.
Dans le même contexte, donc j'ai une question dans le même contexte. Donc est-ce que CAPSI a posé des limites concernant la représentativité, concernant le choix des organisations par région? Par exemple, au Sénégal, il y a 14 régions. Donc, dans les normes méthodologiques, 3 régions restent un nombre qui n'est pas représentatif pour l'ensemble de l'échelle. Donc, est-ce que ça va poser un problème pour la généralisation des résultats? Et merci.
Yes, the next question, 3 regions out of the remaining regions is very low according to you, so it poses challenges for generalization. Yeah, please come in.
Vous posez une autre question ou bien c'est... Bon, je pense que comme il l'a expliqué pour le cas du Sénégal, parce que comme je pense que tous les pays ont été confrontés à ce problème-là, donc d'abord c'est compte tenu du budget, parce que toute enquête aussi, pour aller à des niveaux plus, pour pouvoir en tout cas couvrir tout le territoire national, c'est vraiment pas la même chose en termes de budget que quand vous ciblez simplement 2 ou 3 régions. C'est vraiment pas la même chose. C'est en termes de budget aussi, mais aussi en termes de timing. Donc, compte tenu des délais qui sont fixés et tout. Maintenant, je pense que l'enquête qui a été conduite, pour les régions qui sont ciblées, mais comme il l'a expliqué, d'abord dans le premier temps, les 3 régions, le choix des 3 régions qui a été fait, c'est des choix raisonnés. C'est par rapport aux objectifs qui sont fixés, c'est par rapport aussi aux indicateurs qui sont mesurés, c'est-à-dire la représentativité des NGO, tout ça. C'est par rapport à ça que dans un premier temps, les 3 régions ont été sélectionnées. Donc, maintenant, on ne dit pas que les autres régions ne sont pas importantes, mais au moins, il y a un choix raisonné à ce niveau. Maintenant, la deuxième chose, c'est que au moins les résultats sont valables au niveau de ces 3 régions-là. Maintenant, c'est vrai que les résultats peuvent, si on devait faire une autre enquête qui disons, serait plus extensive, ça pourrait peut-être changer. Mais l'idée, c'est qu'ici, d'avoir une idée dans le premier temps de la chose. Maintenant, peut-être dans une prochaine enquête, il faudra confronter ces résultats-là à une autre enquête qui sera plus globalisante.
Mehdi, I don't know if the hello, Mehdi, I don't know if the explanations from the speaks to some of the issues in terms of budget, and then the time speaks to some of the reasons why we focus on some regions, not all the regions. I don't know if there's anybody who wants to come in again. Prof, you wanted to say something?
I think you've alluded to it already, which is, I think the critical question needs to be, for Senegal, for instance, of the three regions that have been factored in, or that's where we sampled from, are they represented well enough of the diversity of the country, geographically, the spread of the non-profit organizations and things like that? But that also, to some extent, speaks to another critical question which I didn't hear any of the presentations deal with. Non-profit organizations have what I call the original sin type of addiction, which is they do not necessarily, you are not going to find them in the places where they're most needed. So they are probably, they exacerbate the marginalities we're talking about. They are addicted to two things, the tarmac and these lights. So therefore, you find that they will be in urban centers, they will be, as opposed to probably rural marginalized areas. And therefore, when we are following them in any particular studies, we also tend to commit the same sins because we are looking for them and where they operate as opposed to a generalized population survey for that matter. And therefore, by default, in some countries, I don't know exactly how this has been because I haven't been involved in the day-to-day running of the project, you find that that might give a particular sense of these are the areas where they have the most concentrations of non-profit organizations, and therefore this is where they work. Because you don't go to a place where they do not operate and then start looking for what they do there. But there's also another element of that particular original scene, which is perhaps some of the people that we call the fathers of these particular types of studies, Lester Salomon. Professor Solomon's idea behind trying to understand what nonprofits do and contribute in economies generally was as an advocacy tool. He had come from the Carter administration, and the next regime had been quite intent on cutting down on social expenditures and things like that. And he felt that there was every need to defend the position of nonprofits. Even when some of these things ideologically are extremely contradictory. What do I mean? You find people being paid quite low. I don't know what the comparative figures are vis-a-vis other sectors in terms of employment. And that was one of my critical comments into these reports. If it is $200, how does the public sector pay comparatively? How does the private sector also pay comparatively? Because then that starts to give us a sense of where the pay falls within that. But also, maybe I may have missed the social entrepreneurship, which I think, as you're asking, what are some of the things that we need to start paying attention to as models? Because it's, the nonprofit themselves are very neoliberal in orientation. They depend on somebody else's money to do what they do, and therefore that brings in very fundamental contradictions on what they need to do. But also the idea that they are here to do good with somebody else's money, but not doing good. Even priests, whatever reason, they are paid, or they are given tithes or whatever the name is they want to do that. Non-profits, we expect that they will continue doing good and all these things, yet we expect them to operate at near or at par with public or private sector employment services. Yet they were probably never ever meant to be created or oriented towards those particular goals. So I think that particular tension also needs to be, to some extent, it might have been captured very well in the literature reviews, but I think in these particular reports, that also starts to give us a particular grounding on the political economic considerations, but also the theoretical ideological type of position. So that was my comment on all the reports so far presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, colleagues and country partners, please also note some of these things because in the final report, we also want to see some of these comparisons being discussed in the discussion sessions of the report as well. So maybe I'll go on that side. If there's any, so Prof, please come in, clear the way.
So much, Program Director. Just a few comments. I'll try to be quick in the interest of time. So I think am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the methodological question on sampling is one of the very important factors that are emerging across. So a question has been asked on the representation, and I find it important because there were some conclusions around where these MPOs are found in the peri-urban versus the rural. So it's still important to explain in the methodology across all countries in terms of is this a question of sampling or it's a question of concrete findings as they've been presented to us. Second is the question of the definition on dignified and fulfilling work. I think from the case studies we are learning that these are very context specific, except I think it was the case of Ghana, where they said they are using the definition of decent work rather. But also for them, I think it would be interesting to understand how is decent work understood within that particular context. Perhaps some of these questions are gaps that can be filled by qualitative research. But I think what is emerging is the context specifications of the definitions. But it would also be important to kind of reflect on how far does it align or disrupt the working definition that we had when we started the project. And my last comment is on the question of gender. I think across the reports that we heard, the question of gender is coming out very loudly, especially on the gendering of NPO work. So we did learn, I think it was in the case of Cote d'Ivoire, that there seems to be an interest in terms of microfinancing or lending to women as compared to other groups. And we also saw some percentages that women are mostly employed in these sectors. It will be interesting to see what sectors exactly or what kind of jobs are being done, or where there is preference for women. And this speaks to the broader critique on the gendering of care work in particular, in terms of do we see a kind of reproduction of the gendering of work, especially relegating care work to women, and what is the role of these NPOs in terms of changing that status quo, especially when we bring the question of technology? Do we see the same patterns with women participating in digital advancement and all of that, or they are still occupying those same positions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think one of the issues that you brought up was the conceptualization of dignified and fulfilling work. I think that is one area that I'm also seeing, and we have taken note of that, and in the qualitative phase, it's going to come out strongly. We want each and every country in this project to actually conceptualize this definition of what we call dignified and fulfilling work. We started, I think the youth, when we went to the youth convening, they did define what dignified and fulfilling work, which we have put together a paper, which we're currently working on that, which brought out, but that was done at the regional level, so we now want to do that at the country level, and we hope that the qualitative phase will bring out that clearly. So I want to take last one from that side before I'll come to this side. So please come in. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. Félicitations déjà aux collègues qui ont présenté. J'avais deux petites questions. La première, c'est de savoir s'il y a eu un critérium établi en avance des ONG à interviewer, parce que ça m'a quand même semblé, je ne sais pas, pour le cas du Ghana, où ils ont dit que la majorité des ONG interviewées avaient plus de fonds individuels. Pourtant, on sait que c'est très difficile que les ONG fonctionnent d'une bonne façon, sinon pas. On reconnaît tous cette dépendance-là au financement extérieur ou au fonds de donateurs. Donc, j'aimerais un peu savoir dans quel contexte ou bien quel genre de critères avaient été établis pour sélectionner les ONG à interviewer. Ma deuxième question, c'est vraiment pour tout le monde. J'aimerais savoir comment l'aspect culturel a été pris en compte dans ces différentes études, parce que je sais que c'est un point qui affecte beaucoup les jeunes. Moi, personnellement, j'ai eu à quitter un job parce que seulement, tous les amis qui étaient là, certains voulaient que je les appelle papa, les autres voulaient que je les appelle maman, d'autres remettaient en question mes idées pour dire que, étant jeune, je n'avais pas des idées solides. J'aimerais un peu savoir comment est-ce que l'aspect culturel a été pris en compte dans ces études. Merci.
Can we get our country partners from West Africa to respond? What criteria was used in selecting these MPOs? Anybody? I see Nigeria has spoken a lot. Senegal, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. Prof. Asene, you've been there. Can you respond? Help us respond to that.
Several questions or only may I respond to several questions?
Yeah.
Yes, so, alors je voudrais commencer par la dernière question. Oui, l'aspect culturel a été pris en compte. Par exemple, dans le rapport de Côte d'Ivoire ou du Burkina Faso, nous avons défini comment on appelle ça, le travail justement dignifiant et épanouissant à travers plusieurs critères, tels que par exemple la relation avec les superviseurs, avec les autres travailleurs. Il y a la reconnaissance sociale que l'on peut avoir, la qualité de la rémunération. Et l'exemple que vous venez de donner, par exemple, c'est dans la relation justement avec les superviseurs, avec les autres. Et donc effectivement, il y a certains qui sont prêts à quitter le boulot parce que la relation justement dans le lieu de travail ne leur permet pas de s'épanouir. Et donc ce n'est pas seulement toujours la question de l'argent. On peut lui demander pourquoi est-ce qu'il quitte un travail qui est mieux payé pour aller prendre un autre, parce que justement la personne bénéficie d'un environnement meilleur ailleurs, même si ce n'est pas salarial. Et c'est pour ça que cette définition justement du travail dignifiant et épanouissant, je pense vraiment que ce n'est pas une question quantitative, mais vraiment une question qualitative. Et je pense que les enquêtes qualitatives, justement, vont permettre de mieux définir cela. C'est ce que je voulais dire très rapidement. Maybe another response. Yes.
Yeah, Prof, come in.
Okay.
Maybe this is a failure of us. We probably should have declared something at the beginning, which has to do with that all the countries used a standardized tool for data collection. So for instance, the definition of questions had already been unpacked into an instrument. And therefore, for the quantitative part of the study, there was very little room for these type of conversations. So then the question might be, or the suggestion might be that how can we be able to ensure that the conception of dignified and fulfilling that we applied in the quantitative tool actually makes sense when we talk to these young men and women, plus the organizations in the qualitative phase. Because it's, we can ask that question a million times, but I think the standard answer will be, this is the way we did it, but the way we did it is actually dictated by what we all agreed in Johannesburg in, it was March of, was it March or April of 2020, was it 3 or 4? 24, yes. So maybe for people who are new, or who are in this room and are new into this particular project, which was being applied across board with very little variations in the project. So therefore, when they all look like zebras, even though we hear that zebras have different patterns, it's because of the way the instrument was designed, and it's a very standardized instrument. Thank you.
Thank you. We've forgotten our online participants. I don't know if they have some questions. Let me check. But I think I've received some question here. For Côte d'Ivoire, they mentioned that their study was only in the 3 cities. Perhaps they can consider including some rural area. I think we've spoken about some of these things. The second question that I got from online is, are there gaps identified that perhaps can be explored further during the dual phase, the qualitative phase? That is from Côte d'Ivoire. I don't know if Professor Sene, if you can speak to that as well, in terms of gaps that you identified as a researcher on this particular one. Then, yeah.
Okay.
Please come.
Good. Thank you. Yes. Was it in French or in English? In French. Alors, oui, les 3 régions que nous avons considérées en Côte d'Ivoire incluent à la fois les zones urbaines et les zones rurales. Donc, c'est comme ça que cela a été fait. Donc, il n'y a pas que les villes, mais il y a la zone urbaine et puis les zones rurales. Il y a effectivement des différences entre les zones rurales et puis les zones urbaines, comme cela a été présenté dans les schémas. Par exemple, les populations rurales sont davantage marginalisées, ont moins d'accès ou de possibilités justement à l'emploi. Donc ça, c'est un fait. Aussi, les ONG qui travaillent dans les zones rurales offrent des activités différentes par rapport à celles qui sont dans les zones urbaines. Par exemple, tout ce qui concerne l'agriculture, et ainsi de suite, voilà, c'est très souvent dans les zones rurales. Et encore, les salaires ou les rémunérations proposées dans les zones rurales sont généralement beaucoup plus basses que dans les zones urbaines, parfois pour les mêmes choses, et même par les mêmes ONG. Voilà, très brièvement. Merci.
All right. Thank you, but I don't know if that helps answers those online, but I have received another one from Caroline, and it says, building on Prof. Marty's point, could we further interrogate the findings by comparing outcomes between youth engaged with MPOs and those who are not? Specifically, are we able to draw clear comparisons between these 2 subsets of youth? Additionally, can we identify and highlight the interventions that demonstrate the highest rate of transition into dignified and fulfilling work? I don't know if our country partners, it seems like a suggestion, but if there's any way our country partners will want to respond to this, we want to hear from you, from West Africa. Dr. Kumi, and from Nigeria, from Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire. Before we have about 5 minutes to end this session, so let's wrap up. Is there anybody who wants to speak to that? But of course, if you look at the survey instrument, we have collected data from those who have participated and those who have received intervention from NPOs and those who have not received. So the data is clearly there, and we will be able to draw these particular comparisons. Caroline, if you, if that is not clear, but we'll be able to do that.
And can we identify and highlight the interventions that demonstrate the transition rates? I think we collected data on that, but I think country partners also need to note that as we get into the qualitative phase, we'll be able to highlight more on that. But I see Emmanuel's hand is up. If you want to say something before we take three from this side, before we can go for break.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I can only speak to the instance of Nigeria. I don't know if Caroline followed the presentation, but I think we touched on that. In the larger reports, those disaggregations have been made. In terms of the pathway, the mechanisms that show clear transition from the nature of support into formal work, what stood very clear from Nigeria was the fact that capability building was first, followed by enterprise support, and that capability building and skills education was a preparatory grant for people transitioning into work. And I think we'll dig deeper in the qualitative phase, because what is jumping out from the data is that while NPOs may not be able to take these youths directly, but youths that have demonstrated capacity after the initial form of engagement, whether it is voluntary or support staff, when further funding is secured, some of these ones, depending on the scope, the nature of the funding, are now transitioned from the support workforce to main work. In fact, in some instances, you have even seen direct, fully employed staff being laid off in favor of those who have been in voluntary capacity, but we'll get more detail from the qualitative data as we go on. The other point I wanted to make is, now that I have the floor, is on the sampling approach, and I think one thing stands out. The approach for determining, selecting NPOs may not necessarily be the same for the youths. And I'm speaking to Prof's point here, because while NPOs may succumb to the scene, the two scenes that he spoke about, being at the tarmac and where the light shines, their interventions, are not necessarily within, those places where they establish. And we see that happen in Nigeria. So you see NPOs who are based in Lagos, in Abuja, but, delivering interventions in rural communities, sometimes not directly, but working with local community associations, professional organizations within informal work setting to, deliver their sets of intervention, whether it's literacy or capacity building and all of that. So I know the survey is completed, we might not go back to then resample, but just thinking, in terms of future, I think the approach for sampling might be different, has to be different, because the beneficiary groups are not necessarily where the NPOs are located in terms of the youth side. So I thought I should just highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have to go for lunch, but I see Walter hand has been up very long time. Please, very brief, and then I'll take Ora from Côte d'Ivoire, and then we'll close. We'll have another opportunity in other regions to reflect on these questions again.
Thank you so much. I think for me, the question really that I wanted to ask is in the context of the NPOs and what kind of data that we have in terms of the financing capability that they have. I think speaking from the multilateral perspective, having worked with the AU as a migration ambassador, as well as engaging other institutions like the EU, currently what's happening is that many of these donor multilateral agencies are working rigorously around innovative finance because of obviously the funding landscape, and obviously that cascades down to a lot of NPOs that are dependent on them. So in our studies, perhaps, I don't know if there wasn't much clarity with the capacities and the different funding streams of these NPOs and how that is able to supplement the current challenges in funding. So perhaps maybe that could be an angle of research also that could be done if it hasn't already. And if it has, what are some of the different funding streams that have come out from these NPOs that are supposed to employ the young people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll take Ora, to being the last person, and then we'll go for.
Hello, bonjour à tous et à toutes. Aujourd'hui en Côte d'Ivoire, le gouvernement ivoirien fait des belles initiatives pour les personnes handicapées. Aucune initiative prise en Côte d'Ivoire aujourd'hui sont les personnes handicapées, surtout les femmes handicapées. Nous allons travailler dans les zones rurales. Ce sont celles qui sont beaucoup touchées, marginalisées. Donc certaines initiatives sont prises, surtout avec les ONG. Nous signons des partenariats avec les ministères, le ministère de la Femme, Famille et Enfants et le ministère de la Solidarité, de la Pauvreté. Nous allons dans les zones rurales pour pouvoir toucher ces personnes-là afin qu'ils puissent s'affirmer dans la société et aussi prendre en compte leurs besoins. Voilà. Merci.
All right, so we're helping us to understand women and then youth with disabilities. So these are issues that we need to take into consideration when we get to the qualitative phase. So thank you very much for engaging interactively for this particular session. We have brought this session to an end. Let's go and have some lunch, and then once we come back, my colleague, Dr. Eleno, will take us through the session for Southern Africa. Thank you.
Colleagues, you can safely leave your laptops. I see everyone is packing. There's a armed security guard at the door. So it will be safe, but if you prefer to go with it, please go with it. Those that checked in yesterday, we are having lunch by close to the swimming pool, so it's a bit of a walk. There's someone who will be guiding us to the lunch area. We have exactly 1 hour to eat and come back, deliberate further.
Please, let's move. Let's move.
Follow me
let's
now.
move.
It's safe.